All set? Okay, cool. Thank you everyone for attending the public hearing tonight of the Budget Committee. You should have received some materials when you walked in. If not, feel free to grab them. I will call to order in a second, but just to set the stage of the agenda tonight, we will go through a little bit of a process of the committee and tax impact summary, and then individually each precinct and the school board and the town will present their budgets. After each one, we'll take public comment on that specific budget. Following all the presentations, we'll adjourn the public portion of the hearing. You're welcome to stick around and view the remainder of the meeting. But at that point, the Budget Committee will deliberate and vote on each budget and warrant article, as well as approve some former meeting minutes. So that's the agenda for tonight. As usual, at these meetings, I like to give a little bit of a reminder to everyone. Something I'm particularly proud of in this committee for as long as I've been on it is that we typically maintain a pretty respectful public forum here, both between the committee members and with the public. So I know that there are many opinionated positions in the town, which is a fantastic indicator of public discourse. I would just remind everyone as we proceed tonight to be respectful and assume the best of intentions from our friends and neighbors. And we as members will aim to do the same. So with that, can I ask one of my fellow members to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Lauren, do you want to do it?
Yeah, I seem to be the consistent on air.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Lauren. All right, so my name is Krista Skura. I'm the chair of the committee. This is my second term, I think. Does everyone want to go around and quickly, I'll just make this fast. We won't do long intros, but say your names because we have a full house tonight. So Charlie, can I start with you?
Charlie Cummings, nice to see you all.
Lauren Clement.
Don Houston,
Rich Houston,
Steve Reddy,
Bryce Petruccelli,
Vicky Brandt.
Matt Klein,
Rob Nato.
And
Karen Hambleton.
Karen's our wonderful town administrator. Okay, so the committee, I realize we have names, but hopefully that was helpful. The committee is made of 10 members, 6 run at large and 4 representatives of the respective governing bodies. There are 3-year terms. I will have a few slides more official on what the committee does at the school and town hearing, but basically the committee plays an oversight role across all of the different governing body budgets. We are responsible for the bottom line numbers. When it comes to making policy like class sizes or how many ambulances there are, that's not really within our jurisdiction. But it is our responsibility to kind of look at the budgets, make sure that they make sense, make reasonable attempts to understand the drivers behind them, and diligence that the respective governing bodies are bringing forth reasonable budgets to the taxpayers. The budget committee meets through the summer. In the summer, we typically focus on more, we have the opportunity to deep dive some like interesting topics like what's going on with the lagoons or the sludge removal, or learn more about the safety project at the school, or, think about inflation rates. In the fall, we really turn to our busy budgetary season. So when the fall kicks off, the respective governing bodies will get together and they will start to put together their budgets. They'll bring presentations to the budget committee, and it's an iterative feedback process. So the budgets that you'll see tonight, I think, don't just reflect something that the governing bodies put together like last week. There's been an ongoing dialogue since they started working on them in about, September. And so at each month as the budget committee meets, we have the opportunity to kind of give some feedback or at least provide our thoughts to the governing bodies on where they are in the budgetary process, what we're concerned about, what we have questions on, and so forth. One thing that I think is evidence of that you'll see this year if you attend town meeting, is the one pagers that the town has put together on each of their departments. So that is something as an example of the collaboration that we asked the town to put together, that sets forth sort of the vision and goals and evidence-based outcomes that the different town departments want to see. And so I think I speak for the committee where, we've tried to align sort of the numbers in a budget to sort of like how they drive outcomes and service levels and the types of public services that the community gets for their money. Anything that I missed in terms of the committee that any of my members want to chime in on? No? All right. So very soon, I will try to not speak myself that much tonight because the purpose is to hear the budgets from the representatives themselves. But you probably grabbed or had the opportunity to grab when you walked in a pink-ish sheet. I'm sorry. I'm not exactly sure what color this is. Coral, thank you.
I move it to orange.
Okay, it's pink or orange or coral. But one of the roles that we feel is very important for the budget committee to play is to look at the all up impacts of the budgets as they come together. So each governing body is responsible, obviously, for their own budgets. And the budget committee has the opportunity to kind of look across the budgets and look at the all up tax impacts. So that is what this sheet lays out. If you look at the top, it'll have the tax rate impacts from the various different entities as proposed. I think that there may have been like very small changes to the town since we made this sheet, possibly like teensy-tiny changes. No, okay, perfect. Karen and Don made sure that this was extremely accurate and as up to date as possible. So you will then see a breakdown by the precincts. In the middle, this is basically like the same numbers, but it's looking at, it's deriving it from like the amount to be raised by taxes versus starting with the current tax rate. So the top and the middle of the sheet, where it says total tax rate impacts and total net appropriations proposed, those are basically two different cuts of the same information, showing you kind of like how you get to the numbers derived there. We'll in the middle, below that, you'll see the tax effects on property. That does not include the precinct taxes because obviously you only get those if you live in one of the precincts. So that makes it like harder to tabulate. And the like annual change that it would have. At the bottom, you'll see the estimated tax rate impact by the warrant articles. And so our hope is that this gives you a very clear overview of where the numbers are derived from and what the kind of budget committee is assessing. Any questions on that?
Can I have a quick question? Because I'm guessing others might see that on the school trusts, under the vehicle trust, it says 0 net increase, but if we go on our drive to the multicolored sheet, it says $10,000 and the previous year was $10,000 and, or excuse me, on the vehicle trust, technology trust was 30,000 and 30,000. It says 15 on here. I think the rest are consistent, but I'm just, could you explain why that's different? Are you seeing that?
So I'm going to, I believed it was confirmed with I think it's because it's net of. So like
It shows the previous year being the same. So on the vehicle trust, it says 10,000, 25, 26 and 10,000, 26, 27. The technology trust shows 30,000 approved in 25, 26 and 26, 27.
what, I don't know what you're looking at, Lauren, sorry.
The multicolored sheet that we have that's in our drive.
What is the name of the file?
I pulled it up off my phone. Sorry.
Okay, I see.
Got it, but
In the
it's-
budget
Budget
committee.
snapshot.
Yeah, okay.
it's in the, and then if you go down to the left corner in green,
Mm-hmm.
the technology trust is 30,000, 30,000, 25, 26 and 26.
Yeah, so why is it net
It doesn't
increase?
correlate, and then 10,000, 10,000. Now, I don't know if some of that was funded by fund balance, so there was a zero or whatever, but there's nothing to indicate that.
Okay, so I
But
think
still,
the question,
That's all.
Yeah.
Doesn't correlate with the coral.
yes, why it says why it says there's a proposed but not a tax increase.
The numbers are different and one says 1 cent increase and 0 cents increase. I can see why the vehicle trust would be zero if it stayed the same and was in there the previous year, but I just feel that that number should show 10,000, not zero. Because all the other numbers are there. If you look at special ed, there's 100,000 in special ed.
Yeah,
Was the previous year. Am I the only one seeing this?
no, I see what you're saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just curious because it doesn't,
Yeah.
it's not math in my head.
yes, I see what you're saying. Um,
Krista, would you
Yeah.
ask the school budget person? Maybe she can answer that question easy.
yeah, we did confirm it with the school, so I think the question is, hey, there you are, Laura. Is it reflected correctly in terms of tax rate impact from your perspective on the coral? Yes, okay. Can you help explain why it doesn't look the same on the school board's summary? I believe the answer is because it is proposed but does not need to be raised by taxes. It is like,
The vehicle trust is 10,000, is a raise and appropriate $10,000, of which 10,000 is to come from fund balance. So there
Okay.
is no tax impact.
mhm,
There's also no tax increase because 10,000 was what we put in last year using fund balance. And so when we look at the coral sheet where we see a vehicle trust net,
Mhm.
it is net of the fund balance, which is zero. Every other special warrant article has a tax impact.
mhm,
As we take some
right.
appropriations from taxes and some from fund balance, which is why that one is different than all the others.
Okay, I think I think to Lauren's point, the question is why, and sorry to derail this for anyone, but like, just so that we're clear, since the question was raised, the special education trust, for example, has $100,000 proposed on the tax increase by article that the school brought.
Yep.
It says there's net tax increase 0 for that one, but we're showing 7
There's a
cents.
Difference between tax increase and tax impact. And this year, as I have taken over, I thought it was important to note that there's a difference. So when we talk tax increase, these are items that are already in our tax rate as of November 2025.
Mhm.
The amount that we are asking for in March of 2026 carries over the same amount from that year. So
Okay.
it's a net increase. There's no increase. But the impact, because the town does have the option to vote this down, and if they do, the impact to your tax rate is what Dawn has listed on the coral sheet,
Mhm.
where we have, let's say, the maintenance trust, if it gets voted down,
Right.
it's 25 cents. However, it's not a 25-cent increase if you vote it again, because it's already in our taxes.
Okay,
That's the difference between
understood.
increase and impact.
Okay, and the net for technology and vehicle trust is showing like net of the money coming from the fund balance.
Correct.
Okay, that's clear to me. Is it clear to you, Lauren?
Yes.
Okay,
I
thank you, Lauren.
just could
Appreciate
see
it.
others being confused.
I absolutely
Spot.
could as well. So thank you for the question. Thank you, Laura.
You're welcome.
All right. So with that, apologies, folks. Our intent is not to confuse anyone. So hopefully this is a note to self. We'll make sure that we explain those numbers for school meeting a little bit better. But hopefully this is a helpful summary. We will probably return in our discussions to it. Again, it's to provide an all-up view in sort of a summary form for everybody to be able to see and refer to easily as we proceed through the budgets tonight. All right, with that, I would like to get us started. And Vicky, I think that you're up first.
Okay.
So you may choose the podium or the table.
Okay, right.
Does anyone have any questions around how the budget committee operates? Like at a very, not specific to any decisions we make or anything, but just like the operation or existence of the committee? Yeah,
It's not for that, but you speak you project your voice, which is great. But typically at these meetings, people do not. And
okay,
they do not speak into the microphone, so I'm begging you
okay,
to speak into the microphone as loudly as possible.
thank you. Noted. All right, go ahead, Vicky.
I have quite a loud voice. So at least for me, you won't have an issue. Hopefully the folks at home don't either. Is this my mic? This is my mic. Okay, I'll move closer to it.
I'll try.
Hi. Oh, thank you, Krista. Hello. Just gonna wait till she's got my triple final select board presentation.
Drive. I thought it was just me.
It's not in your drive.
I mean, what you had sent me, what you had sent us, I wasn't able to open them.
I don't see reader here. That's why. Why is that? Why would I not see reader?
See, that's Guy today. Talk about blue.
I apologize, folks.
While they're queuing that up, Krista, you'd probably like to have all questions, just wait till the end of the presentation, correct? We're not gonna stop doing our presentation for questions.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll hold questions and comments to the end of each individual presentation, but then at the end of each individual, we'll open up for questions and comments on that one. And that's to help move things along just a little bit tonight. Thanks, Lauren.
Presentation crashed the drive over there.
Look, it's not nearly as big as other files.
Yeah. Let's keep zooming line.
Does anyone have any talents they want?
Special comments?
Going to put on those gifts in there.
There's no gifts. There's no high resolution.
What is it now?
I could just wing it though. I'll do the whole thing verbally.
Reader, so that would be something.
People at home can't
What
get
is
it though.
What's happening when you try to open it?
Closing immediately.
It's just like crashing.
You want me to do anything? No, absolutely not. Just making you aware of this.
Okay.
You did not see it.
Need it to open, can I?
She needs read.
Yeah,
She's got
okay, try it.
So
It's
so it's
trying
it's a
to.
license.
Where's the file?
Nope, sorry, try it.
Did you open the one, this, because I couldn't open any of them that were sent to us.
Okay.
Right click. Right click.
Which one?
Nice.
Nothing.
What's the problem? It's gonna, when is it?
Oh, yeah. Just-
Did you see it? That's what's giving it such a hard time.
So you don't want to have.
I didn't know on this computer.
And then it will go to the way. Can we open some?
There we go. Yeah.
What is this?
That's something, I don't know if it'll do it, but we can try it.
Can you just open it in Chrome?
It's it's PDF, will that work?
Yeah, it'll open and drive if you wanted to do it that way.
I don't know what program that was.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
It was in slides.
I don't know what exactly PDF
Sweet.
is, so we'll just close that one.
Yep.
That should work. All right, sorry for the delay.
It's Greenville.
Is it up there?
That is it.
Should I start?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. Okay, I'm Vicky Bram. It's nice to see everybody here. I'm going to present the town's budget for 2026. I want to thank everyone who's here and who's listening and also I'd like to note that the select board meets here the second and fourth Mondays of every month at 5:30 p.m. We'd love to have anyone who wants to come and participate join us. Next slide, Karen. I've come to understand that municipal budgets reflect the values of community. In Hopkinton, we very much value the essential services that the employees provide. We keep each other safe. We try to steward the forests, protect the water, protect the people of the town, and follow all rules, regulations, and mandates. Yeah. This year saw many changes. I'm very happy every time I see Karen, our new talented and motivated town administrator. We have an amazing team of employees who carried us, the townsfolk, through the transition time after Neil's departure, before Karen's arrival. And I'd like to thank them for those efforts. There are so many highlights from this year. They cannot all fit on one slide. I did my best to cherry pick some important information that I thought would be useful to recognize the behind the scenes work that the staff and employees do. And one thing I'm excited to point out is that this year we will be doing the camera scoping of the sewer pipes, which is a big deal. It's a big deal. Next slide. We have another big project coming up, actually several, but one of which is relatively new to the discussion, which is the culvert right near the entrance to the transfer station. A culvert is a bridge, as far as I understand, it's basically a bridge, a small one. And the one that goes over the waterway right by the dump is in need of repair. The Department of Public Works has been working with the state because this culvert is on the red list, which means that it's known that it's losing its structural integrity. And there's a matter of time before it would get to the point where that road would need to be closed until it was repaired. We're trying to get out ahead of that because it'd be a real pain to close the road right by the dump. And so we've incorporated the money that we believe will be enough to replace this culvert. There is also another culvert on the red list. I feel important to say it's going to be less than $1.1 million, which is how much we're going to spend on this first culvert, but it is also on the list and will need to be addressed. The Capital Improvement Committee included this culvert on this year's plan in coordination with the Department of Public Works. As I mentioned, the funds are in place at the moment in the capital improvement plan at $1.1 million specifically for this culvert. Were we to wait on this project, there is a chance that the state could determine that the culvert is failing to the point where the road needs to be closed until it is fixed. It is not at that point yet. And we can go into more details on it, but there's 9 steps, or well, really it's 9 to 1, 9 being a brand new bridge or culvert and 1 being closed because it's unsafe. So this one is a 3. So it's about to be critical, which is 2. So we'd like to fix it before it's critical, because if it's critical, as far as I understand, at any point, the state could say, shut it down. Right now, they're giving us the time to fix it because it's only a 3. Also important is that we've got some transfer station projects this year. As you may remember, at town meeting last year, we voted to approve a bond to clean up the cesspools at the transfer station. And so that construction phase is going to start this year. Also at the transfer station is a fun extra project that we weren't anticipating, which is that the storm in June on 6/7 on heavily damaged Pine Street, as well as some other things. So the well cap, I mean, not the well cap, excuse me, the landfill cap at the dump cracked that same day that Pine Street was damaged because of that rainstorm. Evidently, we had 6 inches of rain in 6 hours. So we are working with the engineers and the Department of Environmental Services to work out the parameters of fixing the landfill cap that has a big gouge in it from that rainstorm. So more on that. That's not in the budget. That's just something that is important to say because it happened and we're compelled to fix it. And I don't know exactly how much that'll cost yet. So that's not in this year's budget, but it's important. Let's see. Next slide, please. This is my first year on the select board. I was very happy to serve with my colleagues. And I just thought it would be nice to tell you what our parameters were going into this project. The project being the 2026 budget season. We wish to continue current levels of service. We wish to budget accurately by talking to all the stakeholders. We wish to fairly compensate staff. We want to support the work of the budget, of the boards and committees who volunteer their time to make all of our community needs help meet all of the community's needs. We are interested in planning for future expenses and long-term capital needs. Again, we want to comply with all rules and regulations and mandates. We want to be clear about the budget for 2026, and we would like to communicate the plan. Next slide. So the process is not that dissimilar from in other years, even though we have a fresh town administrator, that we start out with the department heads. They work with the town administrator and the finance director.
At that point, the budgets come to the select board and we meet with department heads. We also talk to the CIP committee. And then we create the budgets to bring forth to the budget committee, including maintenance trust, capital improvement plan, and operating and sewer. I made my first presentation to the budget committee. They deliberated, and now we're here at the official public hearing. In December, the select board chose to put $50,000 of the fund balance into, to use $50,000 of the fund balance against the tax rate. The remaining fund balance at the beginning of the year, is that how I should say it, is 2.87, or the end of the year or the beginning of the year is $2.875 million, which is 7.87% of general operating fund expenses. And I would like to point out that this is slightly higher in terms of the percent that we retained in the prior year. And the reason that we wish to hold on to more of the money this year is due to that construction phase of the cesspool cleanup at the transfer station. Karen can correct me if I describe this incorrectly, but the nature of the funding mechanism for that project is that we have to lay out the funds first and we are reimbursed through the loan. So we need to have more cash on hand in order to not disrupt other town services during that construction phase. Okay, last year. So last year, the operating budget was $10,157,000. And we funded the trust and the CIP at $1.374 million. And as you know, our tax rate landed at $5.34 per thousand. This is the current rate for the town's portion of the taxes. And we've had many people interested in keeping our eye on this, so we're going to keep this statistic moving forward. The amount of money we spent on debt as a percent of the entire operating budget last year was 9.8%. So almost 10% of the taxes are just servicing the debt, but that's principal and interest. This year, the proposed operating budget is $10,445,000, which if you're doing the math in your head is 2.8% above that operating number from the prior year. And the CIP and maintenance trusts, we are requesting funding at $1.452 million, which if you're wondering is 5.7% year over year. Now, this is the point where, and I hate to do this to you because we just did this, but where my math diverges from the coral paper, I apologize. But I did not take into account abatements when I did this math. And this is actually a fun time to talk about tax relief in town, because although we do not have the ability to consistently lower taxes, we do have certain avenues by which people can ask us on a case-by-case basis to lower their taxes or to give them a discount or to lower the valuation of their home and therefore get taxed at a lower valuation. What might some of these avenues be? Well, all people are allowed to ask for an abatement if they feel as though their tax calculation is incorrect. There are certain credits, tax credits for veterans. That's what the war service credits is. That's the state's language. So I know it might sound awkward, but that's just how they call it. And then there are also, and you can give me the right word, Karen. I don't know if discounts is the right word, but there's also ways in which if you meet certain criteria that you can ask for a lower tax rate, including disability or elderly or blindness. There's actually a little list of reasons why someone might qualify for a tax discount. So I apologize because the Coral sheet is actually more accurate because it reflects the abatements. And mine doesn't, and so I'm just gonna call myself out. So if you look at the Coral sheet and you look at municipal, halfway down the page, total net appropriations proposed. And you follow the municipal line across to the 26, 27. See how it says 7.89 and mine says 7.80? That's because I was using last year's worst service credits number and because I did not include abatements. And the reason why this is important is if we discount a certain residents' taxes for reasons that we've all agreed are worthy of discounting, like for instance, serving in the armed forces, the remaining group of taxpayers have to pay the difference. And so that's why it's important to add it in before you calculate the amount to be raised by taxes. So please use the Coral sheet instead of my number there. I had an increase up to 559. See that per thousand. But again, that's my fault because Mr. Houston and Krista added in tax abatements, which actually makes their number more accurate at $7.89 million to be raised by taxes and 565 as the tax rate, not 559. So again, I'm not an expert in this, but I'm aware that there are certain times at which we need to provide a discount on someone's taxes for good reason, and that we need to make sure that that's involved in the math when we figure out how much we're raising in taxes. Okay, next slide. Oh, sorry. And the debt to interest for that operating budget, that won't change based on my admission of incorrect numbers there. We're at 10.02% of the operating budget. So it's a slight uptick due to, I believe, the Briar Hill bond kicking in. No, you tell me why. What?
This is for the transportation of this from the waste management.
It's the sludge one.
Transfer.
Okay, thank you. The other bond from last town meeting. Okay. Next one. So, budget increase drivers. I think this is a good opportunity to sort of echo what, Laura said earlier, that there's a difference between, funding stuff year over year and funding stuff at a higher rate. So these are for funding at a higher rate. And so the top list there, capital and maintenance, that culvert tops the list. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the sewers as well. I hope that's not news to anybody, but if it is, the sewers are going to require a lot of TLC over the next years. And so the sewer pump station screener is an important part of that. It's in the CIP for this year. There's also town hall renovation, Houston barn siding, and a forestry truck for the firefighters, which is a smaller truck that can go deeper into the forest in case of an emergency. The operating budget, debt service is a large year-over-year increase. The employee benefits and merit pool that includes health insurance and dental insurance increases. For ambulance wages, we're actually not going to have $95,000 more workers. We are bringing the budget up to actuals. The past budgets did not actually meet the amount we spend on ambulance wages. And so that increase is in the hopes of shoring up the budget to be more accurate. And then, like I said, the sewers and the wastewater treatment are a big deal, and they're going to be a constant source of conversation topics over the next couple of years. So that's sort of a line combined of several important wastewater components. And then the paving and shimming, as many people may recall, for the longest time, the roads were considered underfunded. And so 8 years ago, the select board decided to start adding 5% a year to the paving and shimming budget. So that is that $29,000 increase. So this is where I need Karen to help me with some quick math because my numbers are wrong and I apologize, but I think the abatements are important to remember and therefore that percent change, at least according to my Coral piece of paper, looks like 5.9% and not 4.8 or 4.7. So again, I'm sorry for what is that? Yeah, what's that dollar change? Do you match Krista and Don's number of 438,000 as the difference year to year?
438 is,
Dollar increase column.
tell me whereabouts, 438, okay. So that works out to, instead of 5.9. Is that what you're talking about? It's actually,
Yeah,
Krista's number is 5.88.
5.88. Okay,
That's a little, there's some rounding in here.
on the Coral sheet.
Yeah.
5.88 versus 5.9 is just rounding on the Coral sheet, but it's the 438 is the same as as this paper that you may have had when you walked in. It's at the bottom of, I don't think that's a page number on it. It says total town budget summary, and it's on the bottom.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Krista.
problem.
That's this packet here, which is also at the front. If anybody doesn't have it. Okay, so lastly, just because I'm on the topic. I think it's important to note that when we calculate the tax rate, we do it based on the town's total valuation. But it's important to note that the valuation that we use to calculate the rate is first reduced by some of those discounts that we give to people that we've all agreed are worthy of giving some tax relief to, including, like I said, elderly, disabled, and blind folks. The way that they get their discounts is the valuation of their house is reduced by 1% or by an amount, and then we tax them on that amount. So when we calculate the tax rate, we use the net valuation after those deductions. Okay, sorry if that was too far into the weeds. I think it's fascinating. So I think now's a good time to ask if there are questions. I can sit down too.
Do you want to ask for questions or do you want to open to public comment?
Sorry, whatever you want.
Okay.
I'll go sit back in my
Well,
chair. And we
sorry,
can
I should have
public comment.
rephrased.
Yeah.
Is your presentation?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you. And the next slide
Perfect.
should say questions. There you
Cool.
go.
All right. So yes, so then you can sit down and we'll formally open it to public comment, which can include questions or comments. So if you have a question or a comment, we would kindly ask you to step up to the table or the podium and state your name and address for the record. And if you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand. I see there's one person with their hand raised. So I'm going to just do, to be orderly, in person, and then I'll turn to Zoom.
Michael Foley, 54 Willoughby Road. My question is, budget to budget, I see all the comparisons, but how about the actual expense for 2025? Is there a variance of, on the total budget summary? Did we not add in? So I'm on the last, basically the last page of your handout. It talks about $9,376,145. Just to set the record straight too, the budget year is January through December. Okay, so the actual expense would reflect the same time period that we're budgeting. So does that mean that we only spent 9,376,145? And what we're doing is now we're comparing budget to budget, so all your variances now say, well, we budgeted 10,404,563. Let's forget our actual, and now let's compare our new budget to a budget number. So my question is, why would our budget go up in all those categories, except, I separate out some of the roads and things like that. But what happened to that $700,000 difference between 10 million and the 9.3 million? Did we realize that savings? Now we're gonna budget the same dollar amounts because even more, because now we're budgeting 440,000 more than we actually budgeted. So we're really saying if we continue those savings, and are those savings, can you find out exactly where those savings were to say this is going to continue? I see a number of categories that on this sheet here that went up and some went down, but I was just trying to compare the actual 2025 to what now we're recommending as the budget. Keeping in mind that we went through the same process last year where we said, okay, we want a budget 10,004,000, but we didn't spend that amount. So I'm trying to reconcile last year's expenses to last year's budget and why that savings that we had last year doesn't carry over into the 2026 budget. That's all. And I'm not just asking you, I'm asking the rest of the
Yeah,
committee.
so I think it's a two-part question.
Yeah.
One, why did we not spend as much as we budgeted last year?
Yes.
And then two, why is it not, like, why is the new budget not reflective of what we spent versus kind of like what
Yes.
was budgeted? Okay. Do you feel comfortable taking that, Vicky, or?
Sure, I mean, I can start it with just things that come to mind right away, where there were certain open positions that we didn't pay for a while,
Right.
but we want them to be filled, and so we want to budget for those for the entire year.
Is
And
that,
then-
would that be within personnel administration?
That's a question for Karen.
Okay.
She made that spreadsheet. I wouldn't want to speak to that.
It would be within any, like, executive,
Mm-hmm.
police, financial administration, any subcategory that has a wage line in it.
Right. Okay. Because there's significant amount like delta, so I'm assuming,
And
okay,
some of them, yeah. And then
Go ahead,
some of
Vicky.
them are significantly over as well.
right. Go ahead, Vicky.
Oh, and just the other thing that I think is an easy thing to point to is that due to the unexpected projects that the DPW had to do during the course of last year, they did not spend down the entire shimming and paving budget. And the select board at the final meeting of the year encumbered $160,000 from the shimming and paving budget from the prior year into this year. So again, that does not account for all of the savings, as Mr. Foley put it, but between a couple of positions I know about having sat vacant for a while and that encumbrance, that would count for part of it. Karen, do you have anything that you can add that would be something we could point to?
Well, anything that does not get spent lapses to fund balance and strengthens your financial position,
Mhm.
so. And then that could be used in a coming year to offset taxes.
Yeah. Okay. But none of these worksheets are really actual, you can do it in your mind to say the approved budget versus the actual expense for 2025. You haven't calculated the variance of that number on the sheet, correct? Okay. So it just in eyeballing it, I can see where some of them are. But you did do that for the change in the budget of 2025 to the budget of 2026, so.
Mhm.
Okay, well, you've answered my question. I just would think that I'm taking through all the committees that people looked at that and said, yes, that was a position that wasn't filled, but we really need it. And that's why I'm looking at all the members here to say that's what you did. You looked at that and said, yes, we're below and we need it and we're convinced we need it. And that's why we're increasing it. That is what your role is to be, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I think it's good. And I also just want to confirm so it's not left out there, like the intent of the town is to then spend the money on the shimming and paving.
Yes,
No, yeah,
yeah, it's been.
which
encumbered.
everybody
Yeah.
knows needs
Well,
to
I would
happen.
think for a
Yeah.
presentation, you would want to roll the ones up that are savings and then roll
Okay.
the ones up that were equal or roll the ones up that are increased to kind of say, everybody can see around town, there's a lot of construction. So if it's identifiable that it's construction, so be it. And speeding tickets on Briar Hill should be way up because people are coming down there now without avoiding potholes. So.
So I just read this number, it's roughly 6.7% left in the operating budget, or roughly, operating budget.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Come on up, sir.
Did you want to do the?
No, so again, I'm gonna try to take a few in person and then I'll switch to Zoom.
Okay.
So Bonnie, I see you and we will turn to you in a moment.
Hi, Mike Wilkie, 87 Hutchins Hill Road. How are you? I had the same kind of question as Mike Foley just had, maybe because I'm afraid my 30-something years in budget experience, you go off the actual then to project what your budget for the subsequent year is going to be. And potentially, I guess one of my questions, you've answered some of it to Mike, was that are some of these funds in the 2.875 million that is being held back? I mean, what would be really, really nice, and what's missing from all of this is really kind of an income statement that would, I call it an income statement that shows, the income, from taxes, all sources versus the expenses, how much is left over and where it's going. And the challenge always is any budget projected going forward should be off of actual, not off the previous budget. I mean, budgets, we used to call them funny numbers, and stuff like that, but it might be the 2.8 million. And I guess in that 2.8 million, what is in those funds? Are those all discretionary funds or does it include other monies that have been designated for other projects or other initiatives within the town?
Where is the 2.8 million that you're
I
referring
think,
to?
is
That was in my presentation. That was the
Yes.
fund balance.
Okay,
fund balance and,
Yeah.
is it rainy day funds? Is it consistent?
Cash flow. As far as I know, it is the checking account. It is, we can't run it down to zero because we pay the school their portion of the taxes, and so we can't run it down to zero. You go ahead. I'm not describing
So
it well.
Fund balance is actually town's equity, which is some cash, it's unpaid taxes, receivables due to the town, and a bunch of other stuff. This Department of Revenue recommends and strongly encourages that you maintain at least 5% and less than 17% of your operating budget in
General operating
general
fund.
operating expenses. This allows, if there's something catastrophic, you can actually go to the Department of Revenue and request to use some fund balance if you're gonna blow your operating budget away. So it's a rainy day fund. And it also does support the cash flow. Basically the town gets paid twice a year when the tax bills are set. And we have to kind of float.
and we have looked at this. I think ours hovers around like 8 or 9%.
Yep.
So we're not all the way down to 5, but not near
Right.
the 17 million or 17%. Yeah.
So it does not include TIF dollars?
No.
That's a separate fund the town sits with? Okay. So having said that and everything, it would have been nice on the school board side to also have seen actual, dollars before you can do kind of comparison, because the budget increase that you're suggesting versus the actual is $1.1 million.
Right.
That's a substantial amount of money. And that, if I was operating a business, that's what I would be doing, but this is a town and not a business, but.
Mhm.
Anyway, those are my your questions, comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bonnie, we're going to ask you to unmute.
Got it. Am I with you now?
You're with us. Yes.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions and they relate mostly to the transfer station and how things are prioritized in the budget. But my first question, and this is getting a bit into the weeds, is does the transfer station budget reflect the increase in expense that we pay to send our waste to the landfill? Because in an earlier version of the budget, it was calculated at last year's rate, and we have a new contract now, which costs more. So I wondered if that ever got corrected. Sorry, this is in the weeds.
No, that's okay. Yes, it did. And I believe that the increase is $26,000. So we are paying $26,000 more this year than last year for solid waste removal.
Okay, in total.
That's the increase.
On top of what we have been paying in the last year. Yeah. I think we're on the same page here. Thank you. I also wondered if there was any consideration put into adding something to the budget to take care of the waste spillage that has gone over the side of the embankment and down into Deer Meadow Brook and the wetland. Because that's a pretty big cleanup job. And we have talked about, I know you and the select board talked about doing a cleanup project with volunteers. But having been down there myself, I know a lot of that stuff is heavy. It's like parts of old cars and stuff like that. So I wonder if there was any consideration given to covering that expense.
Not as such. I'm not sure what the expense would be. We have unofficially declared this the year of the transfer station at the select board. And so we will be doing some goal setting, and hopefully we can address the wetland situation. And Bonnie, I appreciate that you've been a staunch advocate for this for a long time.
And I really appreciate that the select board is now talking about it. That's major movement forward. So my final question is, how do you set priorities for where money will be spent in the budget? For example, and again, I'm always thinking about the transfer station because I'm the chair of the Waste Reduction Committee. I'm on the Conservation Commission. But for example, when I see that we're going to spend a certain amount of money on renovations to the town hall, but I don't see something allocated to fixing the violations we have at the transfer station, I just wonder how you come up with your priorities.
So again, I don't want to speak for the board, but the renovations to town hall was placed into the budget by the capital improvement committee, based on plans that had started prior to the new town administrator's arrival. Regarding the issues at the transfer station, I apologize, but I don't know precisely the violations, I think might have been the word you used, to which you're referring, but we certainly know that there is aging infrastructure at the transfer station that will need to either be repaired internally or hired out to do. But I apologize, I don't have a more specific answer to your question about specific things that need to be addressed. I will say that to answer the wider question about how does the town set budgeting priorities, I feel pretty confident that I can say continuing levels of service was our initial priority when discussing the different departmental budgets.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's it.
Thank you, Bonnie. I I just want to circle back to Mr. Foley's comment quickly because I was doing some math while people were talking. And so if you do take the difference between the budgeted and actual personnel administration, which I think is where some of those positions probably are, and the highway and streets, which was aforementioned meant to be spent, but not. That accounts for about 458,000 with rounding errors in there. When the net difference was about 628,000. So if you take out those two major buckets of the difference between the budget and actual, you get to 170,000, which I think is a much more like expected, normal kind of like actual versus budgeted variance. So I think that that's the answer to the question, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, Krista. I appreciate the quick math. And I appreciate, Mr. Foley, Mr. Wilkie's, comments about how you think we could do this presentation to be more holistic and complete. And so be very happy to work with the finance director and the town administrator, to flesh out that actuals number before we get to the next stage.
Does anyone else want to come up for a comment or a question? All right. Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Lawrence.
Yeah. Hi, Steve Lawrence, 305 Old Stagecoach Road. This is my first meeting, so I hope my questions are appropriate. I was just wondering about the principal and interest on the bonds and notes, and noticed that this year was 784. Actual 784 paid, and then next year it's 846,000, and so it kind of jumped up a little bit. Just wondering, and you know, we're paying 10% principal and interest, sort of ongoing, I presume. So I'm just wondering if there's sort of what the plan is for paying the principal and interest as time goes on. Is there a long-term plan? And when are the bonds and notes going to be paid off?
Let me see if I can give you a quick answer here with my big pieces of paper. Is this where I should be looking, ladies? No? Okay.
So I can tell you that we paid off the open space bond this year, which leaves us $20,000 in annual budget amount that we now have to put against the sludge removal, which is a new bond payment at 66,000. Other payments for the culvert, I think that was Briar Hill, the Houston barn and the road bond in 2023. The payments move around a little bit. For example, one of them was $560,000 last year. It's $575 this year. So bonds aren't kind of like your mortgage. They're not the same payment. They move around. So that nets us to the increase of $62,000.
How many bonds are we currently floating?
We have
Four,
four.
because the open space bond closed.
Right.
So will you say them again one more time? What are our bonds?
The road and culvert is
Yeah, I think you're right. It's Briar Hill.
Briar Hill, Houston barn. The A road bond, the road bond, probably looks like it was done in 24.
That was Briar Hill. But that's not a culvert.
Then
That was
another one
paving.
is an earlier bond. And then there's sludge removal,
Right.
which is the new one for this year. That's the 712,000 that was voted at last year's town meeting.
Okay, so what's the timeline for the bonds and notes to be paid off?
I don't have that.
Wait, that's on the big piece of paper.
Well,
Is that all of them? Yeah.
I think that's
Most
just,
of them are 30-year bonds, right?
Another 10 or 20.
10 or 20. I think that's what I meant to say, 20.
okay, so,
I have a lot of 10.
so we don't have any bonds on the warrant this year. And this was made in December.
So based on the total amounts we expect to pay for all of our current bonds, the amount goes down to 0 in 2045.
Well, I'm looking forward to being here in 2000. Yeah, well, I think we'll all celebrate. Is there sort of a long-term plan, as it were, for the bonds and notes? So don't.
That's the select board.
Okay.
That would be really up to them to decide. Obviously, we have the whole the cesspool project, the $4 million project, that doesn't even show up yet because it hasn't gone into construction. So that's going to impact your that number there. Your
Right.
payments in probably about 2 years.
Okay.
To 2 years.
Okay.
Vicky,
Jump then.
Okay.
or
then-
Karen, do you guys have the interest rates on the bonds handy? Because I recall that a few of these bonds were issued in the pandemic era when interest rates were lower. And so while it is unfortunate to have a 10% principal and interest, some of these large expenditures have to happen as a town. And I do think we did lock in some good interest rates on the bonds, all things considered.
You wrote that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I believe there's a list of the outstanding bonds in your town report.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
I had the interest rates at one point, but I don't have it like handy
I
on
I
me
get it.
at this
25
point.
isn't done yet. That will give you some financial information to Bruce.
May I interrupt?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I just wanted to chime in. So last year we had a pretty lengthy conversation as a budget committee
Okay,
as far as the whether it was better to finance some of these bigger improvements with a bond or to try to raise the money. The bond money has been relatively inexpensive, so there is a strong argument that it's better to borrow the money, especially when it's inflationary. But I think the argument that we came down on, at least for the smaller amounts, was that if we can raise it through taxes, it obviously saves interest costs and it saves the cost of putting the bond together, which is why I think this year the town presented, $1 million improvement that's basically been pulled into our budget process for that culvert project that is a priority. So
Right.
we have, speaking as a member of the budget committee, we have spent a fair amount of time talking about that.
yeah, okay.
Yes, it's no wonder when Mr. Wilkie pointed out that the budget has gone up $1.1 million because, I mean, you could point directly at the $1.1 million culvert as the driving factor for most of the increases.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I was pleased to see that you did have a significant budget surplus this year. Do you have some wiggle room? Do you anticipate there may be a budget surplus kind of built in for next year, or?
I cannot speak to that. I'm sorry. There are so many unknowns, many of which have to do with the fact that our revenues are mixed. We have our tax revenue, but that's about 7/11, right? And the other 4/11 come from other places. So if there's an economic downturn, which I hope there isn't, that some of the places where we raise money might not raise as much money. For example, when people buy a new car and they register it, we get like a higher amount of money coming in, right? So they might not buy that new car. And so we're not able to really predict it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Page 148 of your town report.
Has the interest rates?
Interest rates and last year's number. Yeah.
Not to create, whoa. Yeah. Not to create work, Vicky, but it might help to break up the interest and principal in that
Yeah,
description.
absolutely be happy to do that.
'Cause it's really like the interest portion that you care about.
That's a really good point. Yeah, just to make sure for the folks at home,
Mentioned that.
earlier in my presentation, when I said that, the percent of the operating budget that's going toward debt and principal was 9.8%, and this year it's 10.02%.
I was just describing the amount of money we're spending on debt service, not the interest rates,
Mhm.
just to clarify.
Good clarification.
Okay.
Total interest expected for 2026 is just over $200,000.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
Krista, before you
Okay.
close public comment on that, I know we're gonna deliberate afterwards, but I had someone reach out to me with a couple of
You
questions.
speak more into the microphone,
Yep,
Lauren.
sure. Sorry, I had someone reach out to me with a couple of questions. Naturally, we don't have our email set up yet, or maybe we do, but
It is set up.
it is.
I
set
don't
up.
know if it's posted.
It's on the
It's on the website.
Guys-
All right.
Oh,
Yesterday.
what's our email address, Karen?
Budget committee?
At.
HopkintonNH.gov.
Right.
There's a big
This
step.
new, hot off the press.
Go to the budget committee's webpage and it's on the left-hand side.
It's live.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's inappropriate to bring up these questions that were presented to me as a budget member.
That's
It's
okay.
not
If
really-
there's a couple, just tick them off.
Yeah, it is. It is. The first question was on the Houston barn siding at 130K. Someone reached out believing that the first stage of that, which we just discussed as a bond, was the initial expense, and then following projects were going to be grant funded. And then they were curious, what's the long range goal on this? Here we are putting 130 into siding on a barn, but there doesn't seem to be a long range goal for that. Another question was about the EDC position.
Okay, let's take Houston Barn first.
Sure.
Do you want to comment on Houston Barn or Don? I know
Only got the
Here.
last name.
you, I thought you were involved with some of the private fundraising.
No.
Did I make that up?
I was
Okay,
on the original committee.
I made that up?
I was on the original committee, but not.
Okay, that's what maybe that was my missed memory. Okay. ahead.
I have like a general response to that person's question, which is that we really rely on the CIP to do a lot of the legwork with the department heads to determine priorities for the year. That being said, we haven't voted on this yet. The budget is not set in stone. It is still a moving target. And if there are certain cuts that we're asked to make, then we will go back to the CIP committee and talk to them about the priorities that were set for this year. And if something got in. I don't know. I apologize. I can't speak to the grant funding part of that. It's beyond my knowledge.
I didn't know either.
So I don't want to like misspeak on behalf of the town, but as a budget committee a few years ago, when the raising was done, there was an analysis done on like what the cost to replace the barn would be and store town equipment elsewhere versus repairing the barn. And it was, depending on like exactly what construction you'd use to build a new building, either like a wash or saved money to repair the barn.
Yeah,
So,
it was half the money.
yeah.
Replacing the siding was part of that savings.
It
Yeah.
was the whole encompassing of the project.
I
I didn't know how
think
to
so, yeah.
answer it either, so I said I would take it forward.
Yeah, so I think like when they thought about the long-term goal, it was thought through with the assessment of like, would it be cheaper to build a new building and store it elsewhere versus repair? And so that analysis was done, yeah.
And then they were gonna do the most important stuff first, raise the foundation and fix the sills, and then the siding would be later.
And the long range goal is for it to be storage? That was another part of the.
Yeah,
question.
I think so. I feel like there were like people who brought up like, wouldn't it be cool? Is there like a second story that?
The long range thoughts of that by many that were involved at the time was that would be a 3-season building for recreation, for dancing, for all kinds of things, weddings. But that's, it's down the road a few years for sure.
Right.
I think that.
So yeah, as far as I know, there's not like active plan to make it a
Correct.
3-season, but yeah. Okay, EDC question?
Yeah, it was just, again, what's the status of that position? And then that wasn't discussed.
So
I know.
that's right. The status of the position is it's unfilled and the job description is in flux. And so at the moment, there are goals that the town wants to meet. There are goals that we've all stated that we are interested in by the creation of an economic development committee. And we're trying to determine, based on capacity here at town hall and the goals of the select board, what that position should look like. We really appreciate if people have feedback on it. But at the moment, there is no job posted and there is no finalized job description.
The last one from that individual was what's the status of the transfer station trailers that now that we went into that other contract, what's the plan for those?
The status of the transfer station trailers.
Yeah, so I'll clarify what that question means, but then I'm gonna turn to Karen to answer it. So when we renewed our solid waste removal contract with Waste Management, part of the deal was that we are gonna use their trailers. Whereas in the past, we have been using ones that we owned. And they're pretty expensive pieces of equipment, and one of them is newish. And so we are going to sell them on the secondary market, but I'm gonna turn to Karen to see the status of that.
So the reason for that was that they can, the trailers to be provided by Waste Management are larger, can take more volume than our trailers, less trips. We had Dan had reached out and found a couple of towns that were interested. And the board, I think at their last meeting, gave them the go ahead to pursue sales of the trailers.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to approach, just speak into the microphone.
Cheryl Morris, 296 Park Avenue. This is a little convoluted. I'll try and keep it short. I'm just looking for information. This summer when I went to the Housing Committee, I believe, meeting, they were talking about providing housing for the town of Hopkinton, and the first category they went into was homes that were occupied by one or two people, seniors. They stated, I don't remember the statistics, they stated the number is very high as a lot of senior housing in town, that if these people had somewhere else to go, that it would make full houses available. Well, there's a lot to be discussed about that, but I'll skip over it for the moment. And their point, they didn't address it. They just said, well, we're aspirationally looking at providing housing for workforce housing or low-income families. But to go back to this issue, which is a big issue for our town, I'm trying to find out what is the, I'm going to say it for lack of a better word, I was on the town of Henniker's Selectmen Committee 30 years ago, so things have changed. But what is the taxes in arrears? And I'm looking for specifically, without looking at numbers, except the dollar value. I know that the state of New Hampshire has an agreement, I don't know how long it's been in place, that if people are at a certain economic line, they don't have to pay taxes to the state of New Hampshire. That's what I'm told by the two families I know that are under this. And then hopefully the towns will go along with it. And the towns have, and Hopkinton does. So I do know a couple of families. They're well below the poverty line. They're seniors. There's totally disabled, so forth. And so the deal is, it's kind of like a reverse mortgage. The deal is when they sell the house, that the taxes are supposed to be paid in arrears. What I'm looking for is not how many, and I'm trying to put a relationship between that and the high number of 1 and 2 person homes we have in this town. How much are we in arrears in taxes, property taxes?
I don't know off the top of my head. Karen, is that something we could get?
I think it's in your town report and I'm looking for it in the tax collectors section.
The idea being, I really, really wish we could convince our building committee to look at going after this nest of housing, if they really want housing in the town, because it's going to be much less expensive than trying to create all brand new housing. It's not housing that's going to interrupt the zoning, which we have none for Kentucky. And that downtown part of Kentucky is at great risk if a whole bunch of development goes in there. It's a 5-star of roads coming into one mass with a rescue and a school, and it's a nightmare. And yet Kentucky is not protected by a zoning plan, only Hopkinton is. And that's a really bad mistake. So I don't know how to go back to that, but you can't fix it if it gets worse. It'll only get worse than what it is. So I'd love to try and get the emphasis to switch on to what do we do so we can gain 26, 30 houses in a short amount of time, potentially, by creating a senior housing unit somewhere else. It's a pipe dream, but I think the numbers help back it up. And it's certainly going to be much less expensive than all brand new housing and fighting the new zoning rules that have come in to allow for 2 or 3 houses on
Yeah.
a 2-acre lot.
Thank you.
That was another
A
piece.
2-acre lot, exactly. Only based on how many septic systems you can put on it.
Thank you. Did you find the number offhand?
I would hesitate to give a number.
Okay.
Because that's a year old.
Well, I would want to talk to the tax collector. I could say as
Yeah.
of the end of 2024, it looks like there was $1 million outstanding, and that would include penalties and interest and things like that.
Okay. Thank you for the comment. I will say if you're passionate about that issue, unfortunately, some of it is out of the scope of the budget committee directly, but it sounds like you're attending some of the right committees and noted on the tax effects. So we'll try to get the number
Yeah.
squarely on that. And it should be in the upcoming report when you
I was-
attend town meeting.
I was just gonna say, Karen, can
Yeah.
you just clarify what section you're in so that when the town report comes out, people can see that?
Sure, it's the MS 61, which is the report of the tax collector,
Okay,
and I'm looking at the last page of that. Nope, not quite the last page. Second or third to last page. At the top, it says uncollected taxes, end of year.
Thank you. All right. So with that, I don't see anyone else waiting online or in person. So we'll close public comment for the town presentation, and we are going to move on to the presentation of the school operating budget. Rob, please choose the podium or the table as your own personal preference. And while Rob is getting himself positioned, it was not an issue in any of the public comment so far. But I will say that we are going to try to encourage folks to keep themselves to about 2 to 3 minutes max on public comment. Just because we have a lot of folks here, we only have gotten through one budget so far. I want to keep things moving along. I will really try not to cut people off. But if you can kind of have like 2 to 3 minutes in your mind as a goal, that would be ideal. All right. Oh, yeah, so you go to the 3 dots on the side,
Nope,
down,
lower.
no,
the
in the
next set of
black,
3
like
dots.
the 3 dots in the black
By the
top
clicker.
bar.
Right here.
Oh, no,
To the right.
all the way to the right,
Other right.
other right. There you go, and then click present, yeah. Perfect, thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, everybody. So I'm gonna go through, wow, is it really that loud?
Check test.
Check test something. Gonna go through the budget presentation, and then if you'll indulge me a little bit, we had some discussion about open enrollment and the potential for another warrant as part of ours.
Rob, that other mic sound less tinny. If you want to swap, maybe.
Should away, how about that? Maybe I'm just too close. Is that good?
Good.
Is that all right?
Better.
Yeah. Okay, first slide. So we will go over how the budget's developed. We'll talk about our cost drivers, talk about the various resources throughout the departments, and then most importantly, the impact on the taxpayers. Go to the next one. It's just a brief outline of the process and what you'll see as we work our way through the presentation. And this presentation is created to be posted on our website, so that's why I'm sort of breezing through certain parts of this. You can go to the next one. Priorities and goals, I'm just going to hit a few here. And number one, we talk about aligning resources with the
the strategic plan and school board goals. And I think this year, a good example of that is some changes in our curriculum requests that are linked not only to our strategic plan, but to board goals. And then you'll see that in the curriculum budget. And number two, the use of contingency as, a stabilizing agent as revenue is really important to us. Down towards the end, I think, Rich, I said this before, you had asked at one point, are we getting close to being in a good spot with our maintenance budget? And I think we are getting close to that. Next slide. So the development of the timeline or the budget process here in September, the department heads and the teachers begin their process. Then that goes to the building administrators who work with the superintendent and the budget, the BA over there, Laura. And then the school board begins its process in October. We have our soft presentation to the budget committee in December, and then we present our first budget formally in January, and here we are now at the public hearing. And then, of course, we'll have school district meeting on the 14th. I think it's really important to highlight to folks who are just dialing into this for the first time that the board was very clear that this was a different sort of year in terms of expectations about budget development. In previous years and previous superintendents, budgets were always not only what we actually need, but a bit aspirational in terms of what we are going to need in the future. And we asked Superintendent Doyle to focus more on the here and now. And she certainly did that. And we thank her for that process. So I think that in part explains why we got to a number that the budget committee was comfortable with so quickly. The other thing that is different, and this sort of speaks to some of the comments from the town, was the business administrator met with each principal and department head and had one-on-one meetings reviewing last year's budgeted numbers with their actuals and going through each department line by line and having conversations about whether there could be movement or should be movement in all of those lines. So we focused a lot on the actuals versus what was spent and whether that would continue and why it should continue. Next slide. So key budget drivers, everybody understands inflationary pressures. One of the key ones for us, increased costs at CRTC in Concord. And also we're seeing about 5% requests across the board from most of our vendors. Special ed continues to be a driver. We'll talk more specifically about that on that slide. In curriculum, we now have a superintendent who is, I call her the queen of curriculum, and more focus in that area in developing all of the resources we need necessary to continue with our multi-tiered system of supports. Transportation, if you're not aware or looking for a job, there's very limited supply of bus drivers in the universe, which impacts sports charters, daily operations. So that's a continuing challenge. And
Can you pause quickly?
Yeah.
I don't think we shared the slides to Zoom.
Sorry, Zoom.
Mr. Nato, can you clarify what is CRTC?
Concord Regional Technical Center.
Nice.
7:30, you're putting me on the spot, Vicky. That's tricky.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Nato.
Sorry for the folks on Zoom who did not see slides. I think you can find them on our website if you want to back up and see what we're seeing. And lastly, in facilities, as I previously mentioned, Mr. Rizicki has worked very, very hard to bring us up to a level where we are maintaining facilities, and we're hoping that the days of deferred maintenance are gone. That's been an excellent ongoing project the last 3 years. Next up, this is some data slides coming up here, so you can see our changes in enrollment. Pretty flat across the board. 5 students at Harold Martin projected, no real changes at Maple Street, and down 3 students at the middle high school. And as we all know, that's a bit of a moving target, but that's the current projections. Next slide. maybe. And this is class sizes, consistent with, you're just kind of moving these kids along from where they are last year for budgetary reasons. We don't foresee any reason for any additional grade level sections. There may be some moving of teachers from one grade level to another, but there's no request for new staff. And the next one is our overall budget proposal, $29,301,447. In our first go around, we were at, so this budget represents a 4.7% increase with a tax rate impact of 95 cents. When we began the process, we were a little over 5%, and the superintendent and the business administrator reduced that by approximately $100,000, which brought us down to the 4.7. And again, I'll go back to my initial comments that this budget was very lean coming in without a lot of the aspirational financial goals that we would typically see in a budget season. Next one. So on salaries and benefits, you can see the change here is 3.8%. This is following our collective bargaining agreements with the HEA, with Hess, and with Teamsters. And it is also reflective of our merit pool for the non-union staff and includes all of our temporary Schedule B employees, coaches, et cetera. Thank you. The full-time equivalents page or changes in employees, actually a very small reduction here. So there are some cuts, there are some add-ons, and there are some transfers. We had talked about this before. So a reduction of a special ed teacher at Harold Martin School and the removal of an IA position at the middle high school. An addition of 1/5 or one course at the high school for a social studies course, which is required under the new Ed 306 curriculum guidelines. And then some transferring of staff where we're moving 2 IAs from the middle high school to Harold Martin School and 1 high school special ed teacher to an out-of-district case manager, which is a pretty critical piece of the puzzle given the cost of our out-of-district placements. Next up. The operations budget overview. So I'll go through this. And this is the departments as well as each school. And you're looking at 8.8%. Special education is driving 4.58% of that. And the rest of the departments, 4.22%. And most of those special education costs are in regard to contracted services or out-of-district placements, which we are legally bound to. This is the big sheet, which shows you the breakdown by each area. So you can see the SAU at 6.18%, which I'll talk a little bit more about in detail, because when you dive into the numbers, it's rather interesting. Special education, 12.36. Those are our 2 biggest drivers. Facilities at 6.08. Some slight reductions. Curriculum seems large at 19.71, but look at the nominal number of $43,000, always important. And I think I'll stop reading those. I'm assuming people have their handouts, but so 8.8%, and the big driver being special education. This has been a similar theme over the last few years. Okay, next one. So in the special ed operations, out-of-district placements, increases of $294,127, and contracted services, things like speech, OT, PT, et cetera, $78,755. So while there's a 12.36% increase and a $287,000 increase, it's really important to note, going back to the BA's work, working with department heads, that there were reductions in the special ed budget of $111,649 across 15 different categories. The smallest being $43 for occupational therapy supplies, and the largest was $70,000 for some transportation. So we are paying very, very close attention to each and every line into those actuals and what we need moving forward. And I thank Laura for that work. Facilities and operations budget, some key changes here. So the performance contract, the Siemens performance contract has been moved into that budget and come out of the CIP. So we felt that it was much better placement. So there's a $62,000 increase, but 44,000 of it is in that performance contract element. Equipment replacement, maintenance and grounds work. So just a little bit of detail here. We're in year 8 of 16 on that performance contract. The total is, I want to get this number right. There's 44,915 and then another 17,976. Again, you know, working line by line, contracted services at Maple Street School saw an uptick, but grounds at Maple Street School saw a decrease of $12,400. So there's some balancing of, we need money here, but we have to do without in other areas as we move on. Thank you. Curriculums, operations budget, and this is where I get a little nervous because Amy's back there and she knows curriculum and I was a social studies. So the major things here, we've got $43,000. And some of the elements are this Fly 5 curriculum, which is part of our SEL program, which has been a part of the responsive classroom for years. Some diagnostic assessment tools, both K through 12, that's Ames Web and Early Bird. Branching Minds, which is really a program that helps people track data and align what best is going to work for kids. Again, that's K through 12. Tier 2 materials. So when you think about, when I say tier 2, tier 1 is all kids. Tier 2 is the beginning of intervention, and tier 3 would be special education identified students. And then professional development for staff on all of those things. So total increase here, $43,000. Some other smaller increases were in the ELA program of about $4,000, in illustrative math for $2,368. Technology operations budget, seeing an increase of $36,367. The lion's share of this is in the Chromebook replacement. That's $22,500. When we entered the realm of COVID and went to one-to-one Chromebooks for students, or devices, as apparently we like to say, we had to figure out how to maintain that after, you know, this initial bump, because there was a lot of money flowing in for Chromebooks at the time. So now there is a process in place and a replacement cycle that we will continue that one-to-one program, which has been very effective. Some network upgrade work at the top, approximately $5,000, and increases in information access fees. Diligent Community, which is a platform which allows us to share information both between departments, but also with the public. We actually cut that down about $7,000. We're keeping part and we're eliminating some of it. Carl Martin School, I think, is next. So we have a difference here of $1,447 at Harold Martin. These folks have worked really, really hard at maintaining their budgets and tracking where supplies are. And again, attention to detail, you know, as I look through the numbers, regular education supplies saw a decrease of $722, and the Scholastic magazine that we all loved as kids and apparently is still kicking around 50 some odd years later, it went up $62. So kudos to Harold Martin. Thank you. Maple Street School operations is actually showing a decrease of $6,322. And I have to, at this point, explain that because some of that money was for administrator tuition for Carrie Sindoni, who is now Dr. Carrie Sindoni. So a little round of applause, folks. There you go. And those tuition dollars are no longer needed to get her to arrive at that point. But I did want to go and see if we took that out, what the situation was. And if we X'd out that change in tuition, there was a whopping increase of $668 at Maple Street School for 1.33%. So again, principals are doing everything they can to keep the lines as tight as possible. Next one is the middle high school. So we got two components here that we broke out. The middle high school increase itself is $3,922. Some of that is for the beginnings of our NEASC accreditation, some money for some Apple testing, which is a world language proficiency assessment. And the big one on the bottom is the CRTC increase, mostly due to a reduction in state funding. Last year, we got a surprise bill from the state or from CRTC because the state wasn't going to pick up their share for $80,000. So we've made adjustments, assuming that scenario is going to repeat itself. And I think that's all for that slide. All right, the CRTC tuition, by the way, has increased by 5% to $2,200 per student. Or by $2,200, yeah, per student. All right, athletics operations, small reduction here, $2,650. Again, just to be fair, what happened was we moved the field liner position to where it should exist, which is a different line in our salaries budget. So there wasn't an actual increase if you take that out, but the increase was $2,350 or 1.12%. Again, that budget's been pretty similar for a number of years. The SAU operations, so transportation and food service are our key drivers, an increase of $106,066. You really need to break this one out to think about what's going on here. So we have an increase in our bus contract of $32,653. We have an allocation for what's known as McKinney-Vento, which is our responsibility to transport students that are deemed homeless to our school. That's $30,000. We have an open enrollment surprise tuition cost at $18,500. So when you take those variables out, what you actually see for the other increases in the SAU is 18,413 or 1.07%. So many of our increases in our budget throughout are contractual or legal obligations that we need to attend to. This is the other funds. So this is money that we receive from the federal government or through grants. Fund 21, which is the IDA Title I contracted services, slight increase of $2,222. That's mostly a function of a change in our HES contract. And then the Fund 23 is local grants and donations, people who give money to our robotics, and we had folks contribute to an adaptive trike program. None of that money is raised through local taxation. So our overall operating budget is $29,301,447, and again, that 4.7% increase. Now we're going to go through the various trusts and warrant articles. So we just go, I think we can skip down to, keep going, that one. So the first warrant that will be up is the Special Education Trust. We're asking to raise $100,000 for this. The available balance currently in the Special Education Trust is $136,901. Our long-term targeted balance is to get this up to $350,000. As some of you may recall, we withdrew about $225,000 last year to offset some of our costs for an out-of-district placement. So we feel this is a wise use of our money to set some money aside for those situations. The maintenance trust, the next slide. The request here is for $350,000. This is one of those ones, as Laura mentioned earlier, there is no tax increase, but there is a tax impact. This is the same amount of money that we asked for last year. That's 25 cents in taxes. The current available trust, or money in this trust, is $477,870. There's been a bit of discussion between committee through the town as to what this number should be, and somewhere between 350 and 400,000. Most folks are happy with that. I think that the board would be happy with 400,000, but we also want to minimize changes in the tax rate when we can. So we think that this is fairly prudent to maintain last year's rate and not have a bump in the tax rate. Technology trust. This is sort of the CIP for the tech world. Things like firewalls and servers and switches, and again, all those things that a social studies guy calls somebody to help them figure out. We're asking for, this is $30,000. We will use $15,000 from fund balance for this. The other $15,000 to be raised by taxation, the tax impact, which is what we did last year. So the tax impact is 2 cents, but the tax increase is 0. And then the vehicle trust is, so we currently have 2 vehicles that we recently purchased. Our 2022 minibus, and we recently purchased a 2023 ProMaster for our maintenance department. So we feel like we're in pretty good shape in terms of the current need, but we need to rebuild this fund. So this is an ask for $10,000 towards that. It would be funded through fund balance at the end of the year, so there is no tax increase here either. I think we're going to do the whole 10,000, so there's no tax impact. Okay, next one. The next few slides, just, we keep trying to sort of break things out so people can see what they're paying for what. So in the budget, your increase is $1,315,695 for 95 cents. And then all of the other trusts stay flat. So the increase here is 95 cents on the operating budget. And then the next slide shows the impact depending upon where you are in terms of home assessment, not only as an overall, but by budget, CIP, et cetera. Use of district funds as revenue. We'll be using $400,000 from the contingency fund. We have not determined if we will use money from fund balance as revenue this year. Last year, we used $100,000, but it's still a little bit, a month out. We will have better numbers to think about as we get closer to school district meeting. Current balance in the contingency fund is $767,325. And then the last one should be revenue. So we've seen some changes in revenue. Special ed aid has decreased by $89,817. And that's more due to how kids qualify or students qualify. Adequacy grant from the state has also decreased by $98,000. SWEPT, which is always really fun to talk about because that's increasing. The state is giving us more of our own money for $37,000. And one more slide. So in use of district funds, for revenue, again, tech trust, $15,000, for vehicle trust, $10,000, for a total of $25,000. And then the last one should show the changes. So you see your budget increase of $0.05. And then due to the revenue decrease of $170,000, we need to raise another 12 cents to offset that. So it leaves us with a net tax increase of $1.07. And this is where I get to the part about how we want to deal with our little bit of a mess around open enrollment without confusing. If I could suggest to the committee that I step aside and folks can ask their questions, and then I come back and I do the open enrollment with our suggested or our warrant for whether or not we should be an open enrollment school, and then the budgetary question about whether or not we should create a trust for that, because we're really looking for budget committee feedback. I greatly apologize for how this is all happening, but if you've been reading the paper in real time, the open enrollment question has been frantic at the State House. There was talk earlier in the week that by tomorrow this might be signed and done. So if that sounds good to the chair, I would like to do that.
It sounds good, Rob. The only challenge with that plan is that then I have to open up a second public comment if folks want to comment.
I'm happy to keep going now if folks want.
I think, so what Rob is referring to is that everything that he just presented, known information to the budget committee that we've had time to dig in with the school board. The information he is about to present is hot off the press that we as a town and a board have to adjust to because of the legislature. So I would say go ahead, Rob, and then we'll take public comment all at once. But I just want to like enumerate that separation for folks in the room that like what we're about to see, we are also seeing for the first time.
And I am presenting for the first time.
Right.
The open enrollment expendable trust, I think it's that one. Go to the first slide. I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to switch to the podium and sort of like try to master both groups here. So what open enrollment is the ability of a student to leave one school district and go to a school that has designated themselves to be an open enrollment school, which sounds fine. The problem is that the sending school, the school from which they left, is responsible for sending money to the receiving school, the open enrollment school. So think about it this way. If a student is in Hopkinton and wanted to go to an open enrollment school, Franklin or Prospect Mountain, then we need to send 80% of our per pupil costs to that school. There was a court ruling and people challenged that for fairly obvious reasons, but the Supreme Court ruled in October and upheld that, yes, sending districts had to send 80% of their per pupil cost to the receiving school, the open enrollment school, which has created, as you can imagine, a bit of a ballywick in terms of how do school districts deal with this in terms of budgeting. I'm going to just speak for myself. I always do that when I'm here, whether I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking as a board member in me. There seems to be a very grave disconnect at the legislature in understanding what per pupil costs are. So it is a data-driven number where you take your operating budget and your number of students and you divide. It's division, it's not multiplication. And it is not attached to each student. So ours is $22,000 or thereabouts. It doesn't mean that if Mr. Foley leaves, I can send him with a check for $22,000 and we're all good. It'd be like saying in your family, you know, you got a family of 4 and one person leaves and your operating expenses are $100,000. Do you send $25,000 with your kid? I don't think it works that way. But that's the math that's in place here. So that is the situation that's going on. Can we go to the next slide? So I'm going to back up. This is the warrant article that we're going to put forward at school district meeting. I want to back up a little bit more because what happened in the last week is there was a bill. You're going to love this stuff. You can't make this up. House Bill 751, which was designed to license substance abuse programs and facilities. Great idea, right? Those places should be licensed. But the legislature tagged on an amendment that made open enrollment 3 elements: mandatory participation, you don't get to choose. All school districts in the state of New Hampshire would be open enrollment. 2, sending district would pay the amount of their per pupil costs would go. If the receiving district's per pupil cost is higher, then parents pay the difference. Now, I love representative democracy, I really do. But when you tag an amendment onto an existing bill, there is no requirement to have a public hearing on it. So this went through the Senate, passed, went to the House, and then for some reason it got, the brakes got tapped the last few days. But again, no hearings. The word we had earlier in the week that this could have been on the governor's desk by Thursday. So we are scrambling as a board as to how to manage this situation if this comes to pass. How do we budget for it? The rules are not clear about numbers of students, how long they can stay. Are they going to stay for 4 years? Are they going to stay for 2 years? Can they, like, this is a wide open deck, which is why you really would want some public hearings to have on it. So, what most schools have done is to create language that would designate their school to be an open enrollment school. Some schools have done that as a means, I hate to speak for them, but this is at face value what it looks like, that they would receive 25 students, but they would not let any of their students go, 0. So it's a mechanism for revenue. I'm going to hopefully characterize what our board felt is that we are adamantly opposed to open enrollment, but we feel strongly that we needed a prevent defense. So if you're a football fan, it's the end of the game, and why has that guy not been able to make a pass? And they go into the prevent defense, everybody hates it, but you got to do it. This is kind of like that. So essentially, this warrant article says that we would receive 1 student and we would allow 1 student to go. Our attorneys feel that this is more in keeping with the law than what other school districts have done. So I don't know if it's important for me to read this piece of the warrant article, but I'm going to read it just to see if the school district will vote to designate Hopkinton High School as an open enrollment school, permitting the enrollment of 1 non-resident student through a lottery, 0.1% current enrollment. That's by statute, by the court ruling, and further to limit the number of districts' resident students in preschool through grade 12 who may attend open enrollment schools outside the district to 1 student, 0.1% of current enrollment. Majority vote required. The school board recommends this Article 520. This would be on the warrant for school district meeting and for folks to weigh in on and vote on. Again, we feel like this, can you go to the next slide? We feel like this protects us, gives us some fiscal structure, financial structure that we can at least manage for. Whether or not it holds up legally, we don't know. We narrowly define things. We don't feel like this is a scenario where we could do like other districts and say, we'll take 25. But again, we find that this basic, call it what I think it, speaking for myself, attack on public education is. I mean, if you're not reading between the tea leaves here, this is education freedom accounts expanded, but now instead of the states paying $9,000, school districts are paying their per pupil cost to send kids to other districts. So if you like your local control and you like your local taxes being spent where you voted on it, this is a bad idea. And again, limiting the participation to 1 and 1 protects us, but also sends the message that we do not like this legislation at all, nor the process by which it's being executed. The last one, so this is, and again, we talked about whether or not, and I have to apologize to you guys because we talked about last night, should we even put this forward? But, you know, over the last 2 years, I think that I've sat there, and this is now my 3rd year sitting there, I look to the budget committee as a sounding board for the community. I think that's a huge part of our role. So I'm looking for that sounding board again. So we would like to create an expendable trust fund to set money aside if this comes to pass so that we don't get caught without the ability to pay, like you get that surprise bill. So to see if the school district will vote to establish a student tuition expendable trust fund per RSA 198:20-C for the purpose of paying out-of-district tuition costs and to raise and appropriate $25,000 to be placed in the fund. Further, to name the school board as agents to expend from the fund. Majority vote required. School board recommends, budget committee recommends blank to blank. Tax increase 2 cents, tax impact 2 cents. So again, I really apologize, but I think it's really important. If we had put it off, it would have required another public hearing. It also would have put us up against that window of the amount of time to get this on the docket for school district meeting. So
Thanks.
my apologies and thank you for your.
You don't have to keep apologizing. We got it.
Okay,
Thank you, Rob.
you're welcome.
If that is the conclusion of your both presentations, then I will go ahead and open it up to public comment. Similarly, I'll do a few folks in person here, then look to Zoom for raised hands, and we'll make our best efforts to accommodate everyone. Again, try to keep in mind like a 2 to 3 minutes situation. Sorry, is there like a reason for your hand other than you're going to come up in a minute? Okay, perfect.
Michael Foley, 54 Willoughby Road. One of the questions I have, and maybe I'll just make a comment. It's my understanding that you're going to put money into the security entranceway for the high school. Is that in this budget?
No,
No. So where is that money that we are using to?
that money is paid for from current funds on hand. Some of it is being taken from what was in the CIP. So to follow the whole story, we had some unanticipated fund balance late in the year. We knew the security project was coming forward. We would have loved to have allocated it to that, but didn't have a mechanism for it. So what we did was we used that money to pay for already requisitioned, if you will, maintenance trust projects, left the money in the maintenance trust that would have come out. So we're using money from maintenance trust for it, and then we drew money out of the contingency fund to pay for it. So all the funds that are being used for that project are on hand.
Okay, so in other words, you, like the town, did not spend all of your budgeted funds for last year, and you had this money, what did you call it, fund balance or fund balance left over.
Right.
And so you took it as a school board to make a decision to spend it this way.
That is correct.
So now when you come to us and ask for this budget, when we were in, that had to be how much money? $700,000?
It's going to be $750,000.
So what makes me not question the fact that with this budget, that you're not, again, $700,000 higher than what you spent last year? Because I didn't see any comparison line by line of here's what the fiscal 25 budget is, and here's the fiscal 26 moving forward. And I didn't see that. Maybe I missed it, but
Earlier in the process.
yeah,
These budget sheets
Okay.
came out in October and
Okay.
all of that information is there.
okay. So I was just wondering why that construction on a capital project like that wasn't brought as its separate line item in a warrant article.
Because we had, well, that's a very good question, and we talked about that.
Mhm.
And it's been some of the detractors for the project have brought that up. Why not bring it to the town? And if our school district meeting was in October or November, I'd be
Right.
with you all the way.
Okay,
But it's in March. And this is, as Jim likes to refer to it, Jim Rizicki, our facilities guy, this is what's called a summer slammer.
Yes.
So we needed to get a contractor on board early to get this rolling. And the only way to make that happen now, I mean, this has been a hole in our
Yes.
school security for 20 years. We all know.
Yes.
So to make that happen, we chose to do the public hearing process, which I would say, did on steroids.
Right.
Typically a public hearing, you post it, you present your information, that's it. We did a month and a half of public information sessions and with a variety of groups, put it on websites. It's been here at the town hall. There's been many, many opportunities to put it forward.
Right, okay. Well, that's what I needed to understand. And I'm sorry I didn't make any of those. I did have a major concussion in September and my mind was really fried. So thank you so much. And when I say you, I mean school board. I'm not personally saying anything about you.
If it's okay with you, Rob, I'd also like to address like why that you had that unanticipated fund balance, which we as a board did talk extensively about, was from unfilled positions that the school was actively trying to hire for IAs, I'm pretty sure, that we're just not able to find candidates.
Okay.
So it wasn't actually like found money.
Okay.
It was like they were trying to hire and couldn't.
Well, I know if I ask the question, I know somebody's going to ask you in March,
Mhm.
and it's probably going to be more reaction than my simple question to you. I'm sure it's going to be more vocal, even though you've made plenty of presentations. I'm sure it's going to come up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, in the back, come on up.
Cheryl Morse, 396 Park Avenue again.
Hey, Cheryl.
Hi, everybody. Very quickly. We moved to this town 8 years ago and our next door neighbor, left Hopkinton and moved to Henniker. And her daughter was being tuitioned, back to Hopkinton. And there was a negotiated fee. I don't know how it happened, but there was an agreed upon fee between the superintendent, school board, whoever. Because I don't think there was any formal arrangement or plan in those days, is my guess. The parents told me they were paying for junior and senior year. They were paying $10,000 a year. This was 4 or 5 years ago. Still 2 or 3,000 well below the cost per student as seen on paper. And at the time, I remember wondering how this was controlled and why it was so flexible, do I want to say? Because I was also told there's another kid that went from Hopkinton to Stark the year before. The family moved to Hopkinton, but the kids still went to the other school. And it was like, again, it was a totally different number. It's 12,000. So I have to say, I guess in defense of this, if parents are starting to move their children more because it's easier to try to move the kid than it is to try to move the house in this housing market, I get it. And we need to have and I'm assuming that's why this came up before the legislature, because clearly from my own experience, this was not handled on it was a case-by-case condition and district by district. So I do believe this is a good idea, and I would speak to it, and I would think that, and this is a question to ask, I would think that if the school district decided within, because I see no time on it, within a year or two that they didn't like the conditions of this, you wanted more students, you wanted no students, you wanted to change the money, that could be done at the school meeting, correct?
Any changes would have to happen at school district meeting.
Right, but I'm saying this is not a lifetime commitment. This is 1 year at a time, right? So this would sound like a safe way to begin the whole proceedings. And again, I think it's in response to parents looking to get their kids into different schools. After experiencing it, we may look at it differently, but thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Frances Blamey, 124 Bassett Mill Road. I appreciate your outline of this, and I think that the one-to-one student is a good starting point, because as a taxpayer, I'm very opposed to not only paying for our own kids, but paying for other people's kids. I don't think that's a very fair way to assess the town, and the way that I had read about it made it sound like we would end up picking up the other 20%, not the parents of the sending child. I would feel better about this warrant article if at the very end it said that if the RSA 198 was ever repealed, that any funds in the balance would go back specifically to try to offset any taxes for the upcoming year. And I think if we put that language in some of these warrant articles that are questionable as to whether they might get used or might not get used, it would make people feel better about voting for them.
Thank you. Thank you. Amanda, I do see on Zoom, we're gonna take one more in person, then we're gonna go to Zoom, and then we'll assess.
Elizabeth Sides, 265 Crowell Road. So, I thought the presentation was great. Thank you. I think, Rob, you mentioned a bunch of savings or reductions that the various departments or principals made. And I think you should highlight that a lot more because I think a lot of people, when they are against budgets for the school in particular, I don't think that that is clear, that you all really do try. And it does happen. So I think that should be highlighted a little bit. And then question about the open enrollment. It sounds awful to me, just personally, terrible idea. What if we do the one-to-one or it's just whatever we decide to do it? What if the student, even if it's one student, comes and they need significant help?
Our current understanding is that the sending district is still responsible for special education expenses.
Okay. So like we would get a new special ed person for that one-on-one, just be in our school?
I think they would be responsible for any services. So if the child needed one-to-one IA or anything of that nature, contracted services, it would be the responsibility of that sending district to maintain those services. That's our current understanding.
Okay, like to send someone with that.
Yeah, and it would
Okay.
be their IEP that's in place that travels with the student.
Okay. Great. I still think it's a bad idea, but that's good to know. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. All right, Amanda, we'll ask you to unmute. And then you are up. Please state your name and address for the record. I think you can talk now, Amanda.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Amanda Gilman, 168 Westridge Circle. Thank you all for spending your time. I'll try to be brief. Someone, Rob, or probably please speak to the fund balance from last year, 912,944 from the chart I'm looking at right now. And I realize Budget Committee just said that some of that was from the IAs, that the positions weren't filled. So I'm wondering how much of 912,000 was actually from IAs, and are you looking to fill all of those positions this year?
Thank you, Amanda. Rob is preparing an answer.
So the short answer to the IA question is yes. In terms of the fund balance from last year, you're correct, the total was 912,944. Regular education, mostly those IAs, was 707,000. I'm going to skip the smaller numbers on the end. From special ed, it was 145,000. There was savings in voc ed of 58,000, athletics, 45,000, student services, 94,000, student services, 89,000, admin, savings of 13,000, so that's upside, facilities, 127, transportation, 82, tech services, 3,000, and food service transfer was 29,000. So those are the categories. This is all readily available information to what happens. to sort of repeat previous notions. Um, The municipal trust gives us guidance a few years ago that if you're doing a good job as a school district, that you can expect operating surplus fund balance of somewhere in the order of 4 to 5% of your budget, then you've done a good job. Um, Planning ahead, as we all know, for something that's going to happen 18 months away is not easy. And we certainly do not want to be in a situation where we are underfunded. So it is the norm to have an operating surplus fund balance. And as I'm speaking for myself as a board member now, what is critically important is how you manage that fund balance. So where it goes, what it gets applied to, how much of it gets used as revenue, how much you hold in contingency is all critically important as you move forward. So appreciate the question. I hope that answered it.
To some degree. So to be clear, I am grateful that everyone in the district is being a good steward of our money and maintained a fund balance. I think it's amazing, $912,000 that you were able to come away with. So this is not a criticism of having a fund balance. I think that's great. But I'm wondering, will there be the same sort of fund balance going ahead next year that will be spent in a similar manner on a project that is a shovel ready, or how did you phrase it? Right? Like I am curious. I'm concerned that if there's a balance this year, and I would love you all to, I love everyone. Thank you for being good stewards, but I'm concerned that this is going to be a new norm, right? Like we save the money, we do a good job, we over budget, and then we find a way to spend the money on something that we quote need. And this is me grandstanding a little bit, because then I say, well, do we need this security upgrade? And I say that because what I really want to say is, and Amy Doyle has heard me say this, and so have you, Rob, we need to look at in this town, where are we going with our schools? As we keep cobbling on Band-Aids to these 3 different buildings, we need an overarching long-range strategic plan. And so, not that I am necessarily opposed to this security upgrade, I don't love how it was funded. And the fact that this could possibly happen again next year is where my concern lies. So thank you for being a good steward, and thank you for your time, and appreciate everyone's time and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Karen, before you respond, can we just stop share? Because I think we're done with the presentation. So is there anything that you wanted to add, Rob? You don't have to. I
think that there's always been fund balances in schools, and to say that this is a new norm is a bit of a false narrative. How it's been managed and whatnot, I think that in the last 6 years, at least in terms of my being on the board, we've done a better and better job of being very clear about what the fund balance is and how it's going to be used and distributed. Most of that money has usually gone into CIP projects, bringing those numbers down. And again, I just think that this is a variation of people who feel that anytime you have fund balance, you've over budgeted. Whereas municipal associations are very clear. If you have fund balance, you've done your job. Look no further than school districts that are in financial crisis.
Sorry, Norm. I'm just gonna do Catherine if she had her hand up. So we'll do Catherine. We're gonna ask you to unmute, and then we'll go back to the room. So
I'm unmuted.
go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you. Catherine Mattio, 108 Park Ave. I don't have many questions. I just have a couple comments from participating online. I've been here 8 years now, and anytime a citizen has the courage to go up to a microphone and ask a question, I am tired of hearing people that were elected to spend my taxpayer dollars saying, we already talked about this. We've had many hearings about this. We've had meetings. If they're coming and they're asking a question, answer their question. If you have a good reason to spend my money, then answer their question succinctly. That's one comment. Belittling and publicly shaming people that ask questions, I'm tired of it. You make people afraid to go to that microphone and speak up and show up to these meetings. As far as funds, 36,000 here, 27,000 there, 100,000 here, this and that. I'm a corporate accountant. I'm a corporate accountant for several multi-million-dollar companies. And I can tell you that trying to follow these budgets is like trying to follow the ball under the three cups. It is a sham. No one can keep track. No one can follow because it was here last year. Now it's over here. We plucked some of it out of here. Now we put it here. We pull from here, not from there anymore. You can never follow from year to year where things are being sent. It makes it harder to be held accountable. And whether it's intentional or not, it's not okay. And as far as being a good steward of our taxpayer dollars, I've had two kids go through the school. I have one in the school currently, and I can tell you, I don't feel like you're being a good steward of my taxpayer dollars. I've got a kid with two laptops in his room. He was told he could keep the other one because it's an older Chromebook. That older Chromebook should go to a kid coming into middle school. That's my taxpayer dollars. That's not being a good steward. The school van that rotted away, I've got 23-year-old cars and 21-year-old cars that are still chugging along with over 200,000 miles. If you oil undercoat those cars every year, they will not rot away. That van went because it was rotted. So I hope that the new van you guys got is being oil undercoated every year because of the salt, because otherwise in 10 years, you're going to be full of Swiss cheese frame again. So those are all my comments. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, no one else online has their hand raised. Would anyone else in the room like to approach and make a comment or questions? Norm, I'm sorry, a legal question.
Sure, who's answer?
No, sorry, I'm just not sure what legal question, like, sure, come on up. Yeah, come on up, Cheryl. Yeah.
This is referring back to the intuition, in-state tuition exchange or whatever for the kids. Maybe you mentioned this. If we could only take one student and the school board, let's say it's a parent that, well-meaning, and I'm not condemning because everybody's all over the place, especially in emotions with their own kids. Let's say it's a parent that just doesn't like what their school district is offering, and that's usually what the case would be. But say an exceptionally expensive child. Now, I didn't see where accommodations would include or not include special ed kids, which I don't know that you can delineate, that you can make special issues for, and that's a liability suit. I mean, right?
Yeah, the current understanding is that the sending school district would be responsible for special education costs.
Okay, anything above and beyond. And would you have to write in your procedure policy that it was first come, first serve? How would you, that would be
It
it?
says by lottery in the warrant.
In the lottery. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually just have a quick, how would we choose, like, if we had 3 students that want to go out, would that also be a lottery?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Curious.
Amy looks like she wants to say something.
Depends on the others, their process.
Oh, okay. What if we had like 3 accepted to another school? Okay. How do we choose which one? We don't know yet. That's okay. This is kind of not budget committee question. I'm just curious. It's fast moving.
For one and the other two. I think what Rob was trying to talk about earlier is that there are conversations about what had happened in Pittsfield said they would not pay. And contact them to court and Supreme Court would have to pay. So it would probably be determined in litigation.
Okay. So for folks on the call, the response was a summary of we're not exactly sure yet. This is really in flux, but we would commit to pay for one, and then we would have to see what would happen. Is that okay summary? Okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone in the room, Norm, I wasn't sure if you wanted to come up or not. No pressure if you don't want to.
No, I've heard Norm like 1,000 times. Norm here. No, Norm Gupel, 121 Amesbury Road. Just a couple comments I just wrote down. I never write things down, so bear with me. When it comes to the fund balance, just talking, every every year this budget's produced way in advance. And if I had a crystal ball, it'd be fantastic to know what the future holds, but we don't. So the school board has to, well, they have to figure out what is appropriate in order to mandate to meet the needs of these kids, which they are required by law. And when we talk about the surplus from last year of 700,000 because they didn't hire enough IAs, well, if it turns around this year that we reduced the budget and we took out that 700,000, and then we actually get people for those specific, and we don't have the money, what would happen? A lawsuit, right? I don't want my tax dollars to fulfill a lawsuit because we're required by law to meet the needs of those kids. We can't force people to come into our school districts. That's why it's important to retain our teachers. It's important to make sure we're very clear on what we're trying to have and hire appropriately to meet the needs of those kids. And every year at the end, the board and in our packet that you see in the binder that's given at town meeting, it clearly explains where the money comes from the surplus every year and how it's been allocated from salaries, from this, from all that stuff. And I get it. People want to be able to say, if you're asking for 23 million, please spend 23 million. I get it. I totally understand that. But the surplus also helps with tax stabilization for us. So if we didn't have a surplus, which is going to happen in this budget, even with the town, that helps us and protects us for years to come. And I know not a lot of people want to hear that. They don't want to hear about a surplus, but it's very hard to predict what the future is going to hold. And I think it's very hard to do for them to do. And I'm glad that they're meeting the needs of our kids and not breaking the law. The other thing is the school board did a great job of presenting the entranceway. And I hope for people to understand it's a crazy world right now, and we don't need something to happen to say, I wish we did something. I have kids in school, and when they're gone, they're gone. I'm going to stay here the best I can, but I want to make it very, very clear. I want the next kids, the other kids come forward to be protected and safe, because we don't know what's going to happen. And the board is elected and had every right to do what they wanted with those funds. And quite frankly, if we disagree, election day is in March and you vote them out. That's their job. They went through the law, they followed the procedures, and they did what they had to do. Of course, they could have put it on a warrant, that could have been their choice, but they decided as a board to do what was best for the town and for our students. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Norm. We have a hand. Okay. Amanda, 1 second. I'm just gonna ask if anyone who hasn't spoken yet in person would like to come, and then we'll come back to you.
Good evening, Tricia Lambert, 305 Galloping Hill Road. So I was at the what was the last one, but I was at a budget, one of your meetings, and I just listened to a lot of the discussion, and I really want to say that I think Lauren Clement had a lot of good points, and I look forward to hearing them tonight if there's any. I'm going to go in a little bit different area. So I think I saw that there's like 261,000 in curriculum, which we purchase. Is that correct, roughly?
I don't know the number specifically for curriculum purchases, but
Yeah, and I think you did a good job of going through some of them, and I honestly would really love that list. Couple of them, and I know I spoke with Superintendent Doyle. I think some of them were started some time ago, but I really want to point out, beyond the fact that there's 200-some thousand, I, as a town, as a school, would really love to see us start to lean heavier on our teachers and their ability of which we hire them to teach. We're using a lot of this curriculum, which is purchased. And if anybody really starts to look on how this curriculum was underwritten, meaning the school buys it, say it's $70,000, but there is groups of people behind those curriculums. Common Core, I don't even want to get started on, okay? Because it was horrible for many students. Maybe some grasp it, but when parents can't teach it, when it's regular math, that's a problem. So I'm going to use that. That goes back, and I believe that was the Gates Foundation. We might want to be careful who we're supporting and who's backing that curriculum. I want to talk about the Flying Five. I think this one, I did some research on that. And that was underwritten by a place called Novo Foundation, which is actually was created and purchased through Berkshire Hathaway stock, which is through his son, Warren Buffett's son and his daughter, and I'm sorry, his son and his wife who created this foundation. This is the curriculum you're giving to your children. And that's not the only one. I also looked up Amplify, which I believe is a math curriculum. And that is also funded by corporations and we'll call them elites that have money to spend on this. I would like to see the school not spend that $261,000 or whatever it is and start to allow our teachers to teach. I think there's probably, having spoke to some teachers, not just in this district, but others, but want to teach. They want to have that class and be able to be creative. These are binding them, and all you're doing is using a curriculum that is funded by people who I'm not even sure we want to know, let alone have them in our child's brain. So I bring that up because if I were to cut, that's where I'd cut. And I'd actually have another teacher or two, if that's what it meant. I'll just speak just generally to the overall, where are we going with this? The reason why we are not in deficit is because the town keeps putting the money in to fund it. I believe there's going to be a point where unless we start really working together to try to bring that down and working with the town to fund those things, all this is a moving part, but at some point there's going to be a ceiling on this. And I think you all know that. I think you all know that there's going to be a ceiling and we're not, as a town, going to be able to fund it. And you're going to have upset people and they're going to remember your votes. So this should have been fixed a long time ago. I realize some of you were not on the board. I respect that, but we just keep kicking the can down the road. And here we are, we're almost at $30 million. And I think it was, I don't know, was it 8-10 million back before COVID? So that's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Tricia. Okay, I think we have a couple more in person, Amanda, so thanks for holding tight. If you're in person and you haven't spoken yet, come on up. Yeah.
Yes, Steve Lawrence from 305 Old Stagecoach Road. I was surprised at how expensive it is to educate one student. And at $22,000 per student per year, give or take. And I'm just kind of wondering what other towns are paying per student per year, kind of where we fit in on the spectrum. And
yeah, the DOE has a list, but I don't think we're far outside of the norm. 18 to, and I'm just off the top of my head at this point, so don't quote me, but 18 to 22, 23 is not unreasonable. I think, just to give you a little perspective, I was in Jackson, New Hampshire earlier this week, where they have Jackson Elementary School, lovely little place. They have 35-ish students, staff of 18. Their per pupil costs, as you would imagine, are quite high at $50,000. So again, when per pupil costs are discussed, it is a divisor of all fixed costs and variable costs. It is not necessarily attached to just one person. But yeah, that's, I'd be happy to direct you to some data for that the DOE has.
it sounds like we're in the middle of the pack.
I'd say we're not outside of the norm. How about that?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I make a correction? I think Rob's eyes went up. The expanded 2018, 2019 year all-in budget was 19,307,836, and budgeted for 2019-20 was 20,533,045. I'm just looking at one of the budget sheets.
Million.
Million,
Yeah.
yep, sorry, 20 million and change and 19 million prior.
So,
Just wanted to correct that because
yeah. Okay, so pre-COVID, the year before, so to speak, like 20 million. Okay.
thereabouts.
Yeah, I also just want to clarify, like, and Rob, correct me if I'm misstating, but when I have looked at it, it really scales with, like, if you're a small district and you have more fixed costs, your per pupil costs are higher. If you're a big district, you can spread those fixed costs over more students. And by fixed costs, I mean like capital expenses, buildings, all of those things. So, okay, Amanda, you are.
I'm so sorry.
wait,
May I
sorry,
chime
hold
in
on.
just for one sec? I just went out and found the list that Mr. Nato had mentioned. So just total spot checking this list. This is 2024, and we are listed at 22,423 per pupil. So just picking some random comparison notes. Newmarket, which is a small school district, is 23,000. So right around us, but a little higher. Londonderry's 23,000, which is bigger than us. Henniker's 22,000, Concord's 23,000. I didn't mean to cherry pick ones that are only more than us, but reading this list, we do feel pretty close to average. In fact, it says right at the top of the list that the average of all these towns is 21,542. So we're within $1,000 of the average.
But that's for 2024, correct?
Yep, that seems to be.
So the amount to be raised locally in 2026, 2027 is 22,933,000 divided by 931 students is $25,000 a piece.
913.
Sorry, 913. So we've gone up $3,000 a student in 2 years.
Yes, but there's nobody saying that these other towns aren't facing that exact same increase. Right? A lot of the conversations that we've been having are about costs being shifted to localities from the state level. So that they would be feeling that as well.
Well, I just wanted to point out that we're at $25,000 per student in this budget, not 22,000 per student. Pardon?
Enrollment was down, right? We have less teachers and less students.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because we're talking about open enrollment and like 80% of $25,000 is a heck of a lot more than 80% of $22,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you would like to make a comment, sorry, but I don't mean to be, it's just like, we have to have it like on the record and stuff for the like.
I'm actually ready on
minutes
mine.
and stuff like that. So I'm gonna take Amanda, and I don't mean to cut you off, but if you would like to approach after Amanda goes, then by all means come up. Okay, Amanda, go ahead and.
Amanda Gilman, 168 Westridge Circle. Thank you, Kristen. So it's funny that y'all talked about like smaller schools cost more, because feeds right into what I was just saying about how we really have to look at like our long range plan here. And we have 3 school buildings and 3 cafeterias and 3 buses. And so that definitely contributes to our cost in this town. We literally maintain 3 buildings for a small district. So, but the school already knows all about this, but I just put that out there for the general public to start thinking, like, where do we want to go in this town with our schools? This is something we really need to tackle. So then additionally, I need to clarify something that Norm Gupel said about how, he was kind of, I think, refuting my comments about being good stewards I think that what isn't clear here is that there's Title 10. It's the tax stabilization fund. Rob, correct me if I'm wrong on the title number.
We refer to it as Article 10 or the
Article.
contingency fund.
Thank you, sir. So the contingency fund is full. We are at our max because of having been good stewards for a number of years. So we can no longer put any more money into that fund because we have saved a lot of money. So should there be upswings in the taxes in the next few years, that fund is already well stocked at how much, Mr. Nadeau? How much is in that fund?
So you're pretty close to correct. There was 1,077,000 in it. Then we drew that down against the security redesign project. So there's about 700 and, hold on one second, I'll give you the number. A lot of pages. So there's here you go. Hang on, Amanda, I've got it here someplace. I just got to find it.
I'm just kind of confused. You use the tax stabilization fund to draw down for the security redesign project? Is that what you just said?
I said we use the contingency fund as a revenue source. Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Okay.
So the contingency fund had $1,077,000 in it. We drew it down. It's at 700 and some odd $1,000. We're going to draw it down another $400,000 to be used as revenue. Whilst I will not be on the board when they make these decisions later in the spring, early summer, it would be the norm that unanticipated fund balance would be able to go back into that fund. And once it is capped at 5% of net assessment, which rises every year because your net assessment goes up. So again, the theory is you keep it as full as you can, you use it as revenue, and then the next following year, you put money back into that, assuming you're going to use it as revenue again. In this particular year, we chose to use some of that money for this security redesign project.
How much of that was security redesign?
310,000.
Thank you.
Yes, that's familiar. Thank you.
Can I add one
Okay.
more correction there? The school district maintains 4 buildings if you can count the SAU building, and it should be counted because they do maintain it.
Good point. Okay, thank you. I'm all set. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Amanda. Are there any other comments online or in the room? Seeing none.
Is this one we ask questions or should we wait?
The trust part gets a little weird.
Technically, we have deliberation
Later.
Okay. Yes.
Cool.
But it is my opinion that if you have a quick clarification question, not like a deliberation point.
I do. I have 2 quick clarification questions
Okay.
that might help.
But are not going to spur deliberation.
I don't think.
Okay.
No.
Because we'll save deliberation.
Mr. Nadeau, is it correct to say that the number of pre-K kids listed on that roster of the different grades is not indicative of how big the class will be moving forward through the school system?
That's correct, because it's pre-K, so it's numerous grade levels.
Right. And it's voluntary for some of the, okay. And then also I have a question regarding the shifting sands of the open enrollment discussion, and if in its current iteration, what we're preparing for, when is it effective?
Well, what is currently in place that our warrant article would address is effective right now.
Okay.
If the legislature chooses to move forward with that amendment and it goes to the governor's desk, it is our understanding that it is effective immediately. Immediately.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Yes. And just one point of clarification on the state average per pupil. The genie in the sky sent me the fiscal year 25 state average was $23,856 and ours was $24,040.
Thank you, Rob.
Can I make one other clarifying point on that open enrollment? I didn't want to interject when conversation was going on, but I did follow along at the school board meeting last night. And it is my understanding that the district currently has one student enrolled in another district. And that lottery would be moot because if that student, I don't know what grade level that student's at, but if they're a sophomore and there's a junior year and a senior year, they would get that slot first. So I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but that was my understanding. So we would not have another sending student. That particular one gets that first slot.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones where we're not sure whether we'd have to grandfather that student and there'd be another. I mean, again, this is, it's like a poker game and you're shuffling a very greasy deck.
But how is that person structured right now? Are we paying for that sending or is that parental funded?
We're paying our 80% of per pupil cost.
We are already on that.
The parent portion is what is in the amended legislation currently. It is not in the current standard.
Thank you.
One more clarification on that.
Okay.
Robbie, in your presentation, you mentioned you seem to suggest we were in good company with this approach, like relative to other districts using similar language. Can you just elaborate on that as well as the 0.1% number? I think you said that came from the court case. Just say more about those two things.
So we obviously consult with our attorneys on, warrant articles and legal questions. The court said that the number has to be between 0 and 100. And so when some of these school districts are setting it at 0, we're pretty sure 0 is not between. So that's, and our counsel was like, you guys want to put yourself in a good position to at least be following the directive of the court, what you ought to be doing. So some districts, and there's been a lot in the monitor regarding how folks are setting this up. Some using it as subtle implements to generate revenue and openly saying so. And others just closing the books as tight as they can because they're sending a message as well.
I do one clarification question that I thought part of the legislation that was being fast-tracked was to prevent towns doing what Kearsarge just did, which was plug in a 0 number. Is that not the case?
That is correct.
That is correct.
That's to prevent towns from putting any limitations.
Okay, so you're talking that may be a law by Thursday. I mean, the Senate's already passed it. It's in front of the House. The governor has indicated that she'll sign it. So, I mean, this warrant article talk may be moot at some point.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. So I think we wrapped up public comment on the school budget. Few questions from the committee. I'm suggesting we take a 5-minute bathroom break and then we'll come back and do the precincts. So I maybe should have prefaced this meeting that these tend to run very long and I apologize. This is not uncommon. So I apologize for that.
I'll wait.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Please come back at
Yeah. I got
8:54.
Really that late already?
Can we mute this?
I need to get in the car. Okay, go get
If that law passes.
They said it's, I think they gotta get it in place to get the town to work to get
They can just walk back in.
I didn't bring the food. No, I did not be.
No, I did it.
And there's more.
There's a lot of food over
Wow,
there.
it really-
I don't. I don't know who brought the cupcakes. Yeah, I don't know. Who brought the cupcakes and donuts? Who did? Okay.
And lemon bars.
Wow, thank you. Oh, okay.
Would you care for a plain cookie?
Can we unmute? Or,
We did on.
oh, we did unmute. Okay, all right. Sorry, guys.
They're vanilla.
We are back.
Okay.
I have a famous saying. Is your mommy around?
All right. So we are moving on to the Kentucky Village Precinct operating budget and other warrant articles from Mr. Houston. Don is gonna stay at his seat and present. So with that, you wanna kick off, Don?
I would like to take off, yes. Just as a pretense, I'm feeling a little weird tonight at 84. I guess I'm okay to do that. So if I get a little offbeat, she's going to shut me down and we'll go from there. Are you ready, Karen, on the slides? Okay, I'm going to go through a few slides to describe the precinct and where we are. It's the first time we've shown any pictures. But this is downriver. We have a couple of river crossings for the water up above the stone bridge. I'd like to start off by, you're going to go through the Bear Pond is located actually in Warner, just over the town line. You can show that intersection there just to the right of the pond is sort of go along there. That's the intersection of Henniker, Hopkinton, and Warner. Hopkinton is to the right of that arrow. It's a gated access road. It's about 3/4 of a mile from the end of Boundary Road. Can you flip the screen, please? Thank you. Well, okay, if you could get back one, that's the gated. So it's not, it's kind of protected, but obviously anybody could get in there that wanted to. The next slide, please, is the actual pond. It's about 50 acres.
Excuse me, someone just messaged me that that's not screen sharing. Sorry, Don.
All right. We okay?
So.
Okay. It's a 50-acre pond, 45 feet deep. It's got 545 acres that surround it, so it's protected. The next one shows you can keep up with them. I'm going to try to move along here pretty fast. That's a dam's 165 feet long, and it has a spillway there halfway in the middle, which you can see. The next one is a treatment facility that's just about at the end of Boundary Road. It's got a 600,000 gallon tank, which obviously is storage and where the chlorine really gets treated. The booster pumps are you can flip to the next one. I'm going to go kind of fast here. That's the big tank, 600 gallons. And we got booster pumps, 2 of them that work in tandem sometimes. We usually try to alternate them. There are 8 filter vessels. They call them a train B and a train A, 4 vessels in each one. Each one's capable of processing about 150,000 gallons a day. The piping you can see in the next one here, the pipe, the big fat one is the one coming from the tank. The smaller one in our foreground is the one being pumped to the tank. And then we've got this is the media that filters out all the bad stuff. The big stuff to your right is on the bottom and it goes up to the media material, which is, the real fine filtering. Next slide, please. These are the 2 pumps that deal with the soda ash, treats it for the pH, and the chlorine, of course, is just to take out the bacterias. The storage tank We could go next. That's the soda ash can be pumped in. This is the other 300,000 gallon cistern that's up on Main Street and on the other side of Kentucky, going towards West Hopkinton. And the control screen, this is how it's being monitored up at the plant. You can see train A and train B. Those are the things we just looked at. And the last slide shows the control center down in Nashua, which is now basically handling our quality and our whole system. We hire them and they're under a 3-year contract. We're in the last year of the contract with them. This is necessary because we do no longer have a superintendent that takes care of all the stuff that they do. So again, this year, the CVP is facing many challenges. The goal for the last few years and for the next decade is to keep updating the current system to meet the water quality standards before taking the giant leap to a whole new system costing many, many millions. The two major areas that the precinct is investing in to meet these current challenges are water treatment and distribution. Water treatment is done at the Boundtree plant. If you could flip to the next slide, please. I'll talk through this starting probably halfway down the middle. Water treatment is done at the Boundtree facility where filtration, chemical treatment, and major storage occurs. The major component of our water treatment are the 8 filtration vessels, which you saw at the beginning. They were state-of-the-art when they were installed 32 years ago in 1994, but now need severe and major upgrades. And this work is being completed this year at a cost of about $372,000. Another project is and that's shown there in the halfway down that's showing up there. Another project is to perform some maintenance on the Bear Pond Dam. This may require some engineering costs in addition to the actual work. The budget has an estimated of $60,000 for that project to start with. The next one are 2 small items. It's replacement of 2 chemical feed pumps and the rebuilding of the 2 booster pumps. All the upgrades to the Boundtree plant are about $450,000, of which $100,000 was encumbered last year. Projects budgeted this year related to the distribution of the water include potentially replacing 125 of the 632 meters in the system. $75,000 has been budgeted for the replacement of the meters, the related batteries, and the installation. That's the next one up there going towards the top. Another distribution system related project is $45,000 for engineering costs to design a new pressure reducing system. Our gravity feed system currently produces water pressure of 155 pounds at the lowest point in Kentucky Village. While this high pressure has many advantages, it may be detrimental to the aging pipes in the ground. During the last few years, the precinct is experiencing an increasing number of costly pipe ruptures. If the pressure could be reduced to, say, 100 PSI, the number of ruptures may be reduced. Homes typically have a 60 PSI water reducing valve. An engineering study is necessary to establish what pressure is needed at all hydrant locations and at those homes' surfaces at the highest location in town. In total, the precinct is investing $570,000 in projects to improve the water system this year. The next slide, please. The other major budget increases, again, I'm sort of in between the 2 slides. The other major budget increase is adding $144,000 for repairs for breaks during the year in the distribution system. Last year, we budgeted only $60,000, and when all the bills are in for 2025, it'll likely be $200,000. While this is not very predictable, the precinct is budgeting $200,000 for pipe repairs this year. You could go to the next slide there. Go back to the other one, please. Okay, good. This is at the bottom of our budget, but it sort of summarizes it. To cover the increased expenses and not drastically affect the tax rate and user fees, the precinct will transfer $160,000 from our capital reserve fund. You can see that number up there, sort of in the middle. Yep. And allocate $91,700 from the fund balance. This results in an estimated amount of $435,000 to be raised by taxes, an increase of $34,235 from last year. The budgeted tax rate for 225 was $1.35, and we're going to $1.47, an increase of basically 11.5 cents. Other pending projects, we have to replace a commissioner who retired last December. We've got compliance with the federal lead and copper rule and compliance with the identification of household plumbing. All of these things are pending and will take quite a bit of effort to do it. That, I guess, basically summarizes where I want to be with that. Sorry, I'm a little foggy tonight.
Good job.
But I think. Sure. That only makes an increase of 8.5%. And then, again, this is only half of it. We should be doing another 8.5. We're trying to stabilize this year to just see where we're going, and hopefully with the improvements of those 2 trains of the filtrations, that will maybe forego another $600,000 or $700,000 in other treatment parts in the system plant. Any questions?
I have a question.
Please.
Are I believe the answer is yes, but are the water rates also going to increase?
Yes, they will increase.
I had
By not much. I mean, we're still way behind the curve, I think, personally.
I had one comment and I guess one question. One came from, again, another person about this, emailed me. But the one that I ran into when we're talking about the meter replacements, I spoke with a commissioner in Henniker just this week. We were talking about the water systems and I asked him about their meters and how they're monitoring that. And he said that in Henniker, they have smart meters. And he pulled up an app on his phone and it showed that on Sunday his usage was X amount more. He said if he's not at the house and the laundry's not going or the dishwasher's not going, he could see if his toilet was, there'd be usage happening when no one was there. And I was wondering if the precinct had looked into if homeowners can pay that extra, if something that could get compatible to get a smart meter, so we really truly could monitor not just how much consumption you're doing, but the exact time of day. It went right down to the minute. He could see that nothing was happening at his house on the app, and it was pretty impressive. I know you can buy add-ons to do that at your own house, but I didn't know if when we're replacing these meters, that would be a good idea. It's definitely would help show if you've got runny toilets and wasting water in a house.
I'll follow up on that. Sounds good.
Yeah,
first time I've heard it.
Yeah, I thought it was great. And I guess you could reach out to Henniker. I could put you in touch with whoever the commissioner was. The second thing that someone brought up to me was a question about, obviously, people in the Kentucky Village precinct get a bill for their metered usage, but we also pay this Kentucky Village precinct tax of $1.47 per thousand. And they had said, well, how does that work with the fire department? They're tax exempt, so they're not technically contributing to this repairs. And then I was thinking about it, and it actually goes a little bit further than that. And maybe not all of these, but I believe they all fall under that category. The Bates building is town owned, probably has water. The fire department certainly has water. The library has water. The Slusher Center has water. I believe Maple Street School's on town water. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. The SAU is on town water. Hopkinton Middle High School is. George's Park, I believe, has a well for irrigation, but I'm not sure. I've seen irrigation going there. Both the churches downtown, I'm presuming, have water. And I believe all of these entities are tax exempt. And the question was, are they just paying the metered water fee only? Or are they equitably contributing for their usage also with that tax rate if they're tax exempt?
I don't know the exact answer. We'll get the answer.
Do you get the gist of the question?
Yeah.
because they all rely on
Yeah.
the system. So,
I don't know the answer.
yeah,
either.
no, it
Yeah.
was just, I thought it was a very valid question.
Mm.
It's, again,
Understood.
it did start with the fire department and I
Yeah,
was like, why does it end there?
yeah.
And there may be, I don't know if there's any other buildings, but that
The
was.
fire department certainly uses, they put out fires, so that you wouldn't want to charge them for that, I don't think.
No, I'm not, I don't know how, I'm not sure how the, I think when I was actually talking to that commissioner, they pay a hydrant fee, the Henniker, I think, pays hydrant fee, and they also try to gauge how much water they use so you can deduct it from your annual usage.
Don't know any of those answers.
So Henniker's doing
Yep.
some things
Right.
different. It was just interesting, and I said,
Yep.
Well, does the town get a water bill? Yeah, so, I
We have
mean,
water bills for those buildings, but we do not, to the best of my knowledge, pay taxes.
which is a big chunk.
Okay, we are going to open it to public comment on the Kentucky Village Precinct and operating budget, and that's not to cut the committee off, but if there are further questions from the committee members or
I do
comments, we
have a
can,
question from a constituent.
okay.
There are 3 lights out on Maple Street.
Fix them.
I was just wondering, he was just asking when are they gonna get fixed?
Don't know.
Who does that?
Eversource.
Who changes the light bulbs?
That's a good question. We certainly don't in the precinct.
Who doesn't do it, you mean?
Who can they talk to about getting the light bulbs replaced?
Right. Don't have the answer, we'll get one.
Okay. Eversource.
Yep.
It's the answer, it sounds like.
Well, I know Eversource is, but how's it get to them? And it's been, it's been.
AI chat bot. And I'm dying, sorry. I don't know.
I was told you need to report that you thought you saw sparks up there, and then that gets there.
Okay, so does anyone else from the committee have a public oriented comment? Okay, so with that, public comment is open. Amanda, you have your hand raised. We'll do Amanda and then I'll open it to the room. Go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you. Very brief. I would like to second Lauren Clement's comments actually about the public usage of Kentucky Village Precinct water. I had that same concern when that gigantic water main break happened right in front of the fire station this year, and like tremendous amount of money was spent on that repair for the fire station. And yet the precinct, I believe, absorb that cost. So I'm really curious, and I do think that the precinct, I would like to encourage the precinct to go forward with this and look at how cost sharing could possibly happen in the future, because that was an enormous expense in that budget that $60,000 they hadn't accounted for. And that was directly to help the fire station, which helps the whole town. So this is kind of a convoluted system that we have with our village precincts. And I think we should better sort this out to help support the Kentucky Village Precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. If anyone in the room would like to come up. Okay, I'm seeing no one in the room. If anyone else wants to raise their hand online. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on Kentucky Village Precinct. Thank you very much, Dawn. I think you did a fantastic job.
Oh, you're sweet.
All right, Matt.
Yep.
You are welcome to any seat you want.
Well, I think given that mine's gonna be fairly rapid, I'm going to just stay right here in my seat.
Okay. Let Karen get one moment to pull it up.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming. Thank you. Dulcie says there's a website where you can input the poll number with Eversource to come and replace the bulbs. So for public record for your constituent.
I will tell him tomorrow.
Good luck.
Good to know. Sorry, Matt, back to you.
It's okay.
I see sparks coming off the light.
Someone told me, that's what the Eversource
Good.
person told me.
Okay, so the Hopkinton Village Precinct's budget has not changed a whole lot from last year. Last year, our operating budget was 29,358,000. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. And this year's proposed budget is about $2,000 more, so it's $31,520. We carried $5,336 forward from 2025. So we're looking to raise $26,184 from tax revenue. That brings us up from 27 cents per thousand last year to 30 cents per thousand this year, and that's well, it's a 3-cent increase. The $2,000 difference between last year and this year is we've budgeted for an extra $2,000 for the cost of electricity going up. We have a couple of projects that we're looking at doing this year. We repaired the roof on the firehouse in town, the old firehouse in town. And now we are looking to repair the damage done on the inside from the water leaking into the firehouse from the roof that was leaking. We're looking at funding this project with minimal taxpayer funds. We've had a lot of interest or some interest of volunteers that want to help with the project. So Volunteer Town would be involved in that, as well as we're thinking about possibly doing fundraisers, getting donations, those kinds of things. And one of the things that's inside that firehouse that we want to protect is, and there's a picture up there if everybody can see, is the old Fire King, which is the old fire engine from town from the 1800s. We've been looking to find someone who can perhaps appraise it and possibly insure it, or with the desire to insure it if we can get it appraised. It's been difficult to find someone, but I think we found someone in Maine who is at least willing to come and look at it and perhaps put a dollar value to it, so we can then approach a insurance company to get it insured. That's it.
Great, thank you. Any clarifying questions from the committee, and then I'll open it to public comment.
Just a simple one. Do you have a appraisal cost in your operating budget there?
No, we'll cross that bridge when the time comes, but yeah, no, that's not built into our budget right now. We have to find out probably how much.
Yeah, I'm not sure
We
what
have no
that
idea.
costs.
Right, we have no idea what that number would be yet, so.
All right. So we'll go ahead and open it to public comment. Whoa. Would anyone in the room like to make a comment? Okay. Would anyone online like to make a comment? Okay, we're going to close public comment on the Hopkinton Village precinct.
Krista, can I just add one? I don't know if the same would apply. I don't exactly know how Hopkinton does their water, and I think it's extremely limited, but is this on town water? This building here?
It's on a whole, it's on a whole different water system. It's funded, it's not funded by taxpayer.
You don't have a tax.
Tax revenue, no.
That's tax.
If you live in the precinct, you pay the water board or the water precinct. Is that what it is?
If you live in the water district,
You live in the water district.
right?
Is that not the same thing as Hopkinton Village District? Okay.
No, there's like 200 houses in the village precinct and 90-something residences on the water.
Okay.
Is Harold Martin School in this building on town water?
Yes.
So does that kind of fall into a similar scenario as?
Sure, I don't think the town pays the Hopkinton Village precinct 30 cents on the $1,000 value of this building.
So how do you make that, how do you make that equitable for that? The same applies.
I think they pay their water bill, right? Yeah, so I think it
turns
so it's actually in what you're getting at, Lauren, I think it's like better because I mean, if I'm doing my mental math, like if the water district is like self-funded through the fees and the rate,
It is.
then the Harold Martin in this building are arguably paying their like fair share as opposed to what you're implying in Kentucook. Somebody could chime in if I'm like thinking.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it factors over here.
Yeah.
I just said the same scenario might apply over here. I'm not.
Yeah, so I think we unearthed that it doesn't.
The
So,
school district pays their water bill in both precincts, but I don't know
of
about
course,
the cat
yes.
scenarios.
There's a tax, I don't want to call this subsidy.
Separation thing,
Yeah, it's a. Okay, so we will close, did I close public comment? Okay, thank you. All right, so at this point, if someone would like to make a motion to adjourn the public portion of tonight's meeting.
Would like to do that.
Okay,
Second.
all right, all in favor? Aye, all opposed? All right, so now we are in the not public portion. Those online and in person are welcome to stay, but no public comment will be taken. So now we will deliberate and then we will vote on each budget and warrant article. And Karen, I'm gonna need a little bit of support, remembering how to run through the warrant article.
Yeah, I didn't actually read the warrant yet. Am I supposed to do that, or is that, I feel like in the past I've actually read the warrant itself, right?
We do that when we vote.
Okay.
We have historically done that. You have to read it, or you do read it.
Into the
But
record.
you kind of like presented them, which was
Okay.
like sufficient for the presentation. So when we, I think what we should do is we should start with the town. We should deliberate as needed. When we agree we're done deliberating, we'll vote and then we'll just go that way. Is everybody good with that? Then we'll go to school and so on and so forth. So, would anyone like to further deliberate on the town? And for those folks like attending, sometimes people are surprised if we don't say much. And I just want to say that like in many cases, it's because we have already seen these numbers quite a lot. And so unless there are like remaining issues where folks want to voice an opinion, sometimes it's quieter, but like if you want to see us get feisty, you'll have to come every second Wednesday of the month leading up until this point.
I guess I just have some reservations about the siding on the barn. I know that got kicked over to the CIP, but looking at the whole of other more devastating things, that is not just a person that reached out to me that brought it to the attention, but 130,000. You know, what's the ramifications if we push that out? And I know when sorry, I'm drawing a
Mr.
blank.
Feller.
Mr. Feller, thank you, came and explained how CIP works for the town side. They map all this out, and if a priority comes ahead, it gets shuffled around. But I can see where voters may say, do you want to replace the culvert that everybody drives over, or can the barn get pushed? Is that siding going to be detrimental if it
Right.
doesn't get done this year, and how does that look? So that was one thing. And then myself, I'm still a little hung up on this culvert at the 1.1 million all being funded in 1 year. I'm wondering what it would have looked like if we had funded it over 2 years. I know, I believe that kind of the game plan is to try to tackle the other one on Broad Cove Road the following year, if I'm not mistaken correctly.
Is that the other one? Is it Broad Cove?
Is it,
Okay.
I may be
Yeah.
getting the wrong road.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
no,
that was kind of the game plan, is once we get this first one off. I'm not sure where the second one falls on the danger list there.
It's a 4 instead of a 3.
It's a 4.
When we did on Briar Hill, it did make it all the way to a 2 before it was addressed.
And the one at the transfer station East Pennacook is at 2 as well right
It's at a
now.
3. I can't remember the nomenclature for it, but I got it. I got it right here.
Critical.
I got it. It's serious.
It's serious.
Whereas the other one on Broad Cove is poor, which sounds worse, but in this it's better.
The way the number scale, it goes in reverse.
Exactly.
So my thought is, what are the ramifications if we put 550,000 or 600,000 earmarked for that and utilize that rest in a reduction on the taxes? And I guess when you start shifting everything, it shifts things, but maybe we'll have some fund balance next year. Maybe we won't. I guess another question.
Sorry, could I just clarify?
Oh,
on-
sure, sure.
On that one point?
Yep, let's stay with it.
Vicky, are we explicitly talking about doing? Now I'm blanking on
That's okay.
the second one next year, or no?
Do you mind if I pivot to Karen?
No, let's
She
hear it.
talks to Dan Blanchett more regularly than I do. Do you know the timeline
Yeah.
for, oh, good for you. Look, she's pulling up the big paper. Yeah.
Okay. Broad Cove is slated for 2028. Currently.
Is there money going into CIP for that, or is that just we're hoping to have fund
There's
balance?
A proposed appropriation for 875,000 and a proposed expense for 875,000 for Broad Cove in 2028.
So we're not gonna put some of that money.
We're not saving now for then. We're gonna ask
It's
for
a
it all
one
in
and done.
2028.
So if I may,
Please.
the budget committee is deciding whether or not they agree with the proposed appropriations outlined here, not specific projects. The select board has the authority to determine how much money from which funds get spent for what. The budget committee is giving a thumbs up or a thumbs down to the amount of money going in. So
We know,
Yeah.
no one would vote like, don't do Broad Cove, but Lauren might say, I want to take it down 600,000, with the implication being
that it would,
find money. I mean, like,
so if.
so
that-
understood that the town might then say, well, we're not going to do something else. We're still going to fix Broad Cove.
So there's currently $361,000 in the road and bridge fund.
Mhm.
There's 750 proposed allocation to fund the $1.1 million East Pennacook culvert. That leaves 11,000 in the fund. It sits at 11,000 next year or 27, and then would be funded for Broad Cove following year.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say East Pennacook when I said Broad Cove, but yeah. That answers
I
the
guess I
question.
just don't, well, it's a little, here we go with, it's not our job to tell the select board what to do. It's, so
What you would say is, I want to make a motion to lower, actually, I don't know if we can adjust.
It's-
Thumbs up and thumbs down.
Yeah,
it's-
that's
So
right.
you can thumbs down the.
warrant
the
article.
proposed,
And verbally suggest to the
Correct.
select board who meet on Monday to reduce the amount, to rethink
Correct.
their plan, but
Mm.
yeah.
the culvert though is 1.1 million funded in our operating budget, correct? That's not CIP,
It's in CIP.
it's in the CIP. Okay. All right, well, I do have reservations about that. I mean, it's interesting. You don't necessarily know how that affects everything down the road, but it seems like if
Isn't it-
Briar Hill Road got to a 2 before we were able to get it fixed and the road didn't get shut down with the exception of the repairs, it is a possibility to help reduce the tax burden. Regardless, we're gonna need to fix it. But I thought
here.
also maybe there'd be potential of applying for grant assistance, maybe not.
We've looked at that.
Okay, so it is.
Sad story there.
It's
So it's a
CIP.
warrant.
Really,
Yeah,
it's
it's in
just
trust
to
fund.
find,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, okay, so
endangered
it is
species
just
and
like
things
we
like
either
that.
voted up or down.
Other stipulations.
But the operating budget's the one that we
You
can
know,
say like, we.
create
approve
a- if
as
it
reduced
should
by
fail,
12,000 or
create a
whatever.
problem downstream, which if it fails,
Yeah.
there's no flood going down.
All right, so just to clarify what, I don't mean to interrupt deliberation on opinions on the matter,
ahead.
but to clarify, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, on trust funds and warrant articles, we will vote tonight up or down. On the operating budgets, we can make a motion to approve as reduced by or increased by a certain number. So does that clarify what the?
I believe so. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm still a little confused on what this
Okay.
money is because of the way we talked about it earlier.
Yes,
Same here.
Vicky, can you clarify where the money is coming to fund East
Absolutely.
Pennacook?
Absolutely. When I had my slide up that said 2026, the top line was the operating budget and the second line, which was $1.452 million, is CRF which, what does that stand for, guys?
Capital reserve.
Capital reserve funds and maintenance trust. So the culvert is in that second line under the capital reserve fund and maintenance trusts. Right?
Which means it's Article 4, right? Or is that?
$750,000.
Yeah, no, it's Article 4. What? Okay, on there, it's, on the pink sheet, it's Article 5, on this one, it's Article 4. It's on the appropriation to capital reserves fund warrant article. So tonight it can be voted up or down,
Number
but not
4,
adjusted. On this page,
Article 4.
it's Article 4.
The 750 in Article 4.
Yeah.
And there's 300 coming from the fund balance.
Oh my God.
300 coming from the. That's fine, the board hasn't.
Yes, all right, I'm sorry, not fund balance, yeah.
Can I just make one more point?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think the budget committee can cut any one line.
Right.
Because it's a gross appropriation of 1.32 million. So you could thumbs down the 1.32
Yes.
million. Yeah.
Can I ask another clarification question? I guess that's why we're here. I know the road maintenance has a step up progression to continue to add more funding to it annually. Is that reflected here in that article, or is that independently and in the operating budget?
Operating budget, that's the $29,000 increase in that Vicky highlighted.
29. What's the total appropriation for that line?
What?
Road,
This is the
road,
swimming-
road,
swimming and paving.
road maintenance, all road maintenance, I guess. And
It's on, the highway and streets, that's the line item, whereas highway and streets is 1.157 million. So total line.
and none of that culvert is coming out of that fund, correct?
That's right. Oh, except maybe the engineering? I'm not sure.
Do we have an engineering line in there?
But that's all like the highway and streets is all the like the normal annual road maintenance, like paving, shimming. All that is also like plowing or sanding. Is that in that highway and street?
Salt, sand,
Okay.
guardrails.
So could you read out the specific, the shimming and paving, the very specific 2026 number for just that line item? Because that's the one that went up by $29,000.
It's the current 2026 number is 613,000, which is an increase of 29,000 over the 584 from budgeted for 2025, of which only 420 was spent. 420,000, so that 160 was encumbered.
Encumbered.
So you can look at it and that we actually have 613 plus the 160.
And that line is earmarked specifically for road repairs in different forms.
Yes, that's not plowing. Yes, that's repair.
Wear and tear maintenance that. I don't know if anyone else has further question on that. When you were doing your presentation, Vicky, we discussed about keeping that fund balance in our capital up because when the lagoon cleanup happens, we need to be able to fund it upfront before the loan happens. Is that correct?
Yes, I hate to do this to you, but similar to Article 10, no, now we call it the contingency fund. Due to
It's
the
a cesspool.
cess-
Sorry, lagoon's over, cesspool. Sorry, I wrote it down wrong.
Are at the wastewater treatment.
I want to get
plant,
I want to
but
get the correct.
Cesspools are at the dump.
Okay, I want to get the correct verbiage, the cesspool. Webster is not responsible, I'm assuming, for any of that upfront funding.
Oh, I don't know. I have to pivot directly.
Well,
I don't know.
we're talking, they're on the hook for 1/3 of this loan. We're tying up our operational expenses and budgeting accordingly for 1/3 of their problem, are they on the hook for fronting any money up front on that? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
It gets complicated, but do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're footing the bill. I don't know what would be a fair.
But I believe the reimbursement comes within 30 days. It's a pretty quick turnaround. So, we would have to be shoveling back whatever percentage goes back to Webster when we got the reimbursement.
What's the terms on when they give, do they need 30 days or how's that work?
Who,
Are we,
Webster?
yeah,
I don't know that they're actually, again, I'm not super familiar with this.
me
but I
neither.
think it made sense for the town to make the payments rather than chase the Webster to get reimbursed and have that time period drawn out if we get the whole reimbursement.
It may not be a huge number. I don't know what that number is, but I didn't know if we were gonna be having to put up, I don't know, 400,000 of their money floating them a free loan for, I just, it was worth noting.
They'd have to pay any interest.
There is, well,
1% interest.
They'd
right?
have to pay the interest of that time that we're holding the money.
I'm just saying it's tying up our capital and we were basing our fund balance to try to cover that was what I was hearing.
Yep, that's right.
And we're floating another town. Maybe it's not a huge amount of money, but it was enough that I wanted to write it down and hear a little more about it.
yeah, I don't know the specifics of that agreement and how, if they've even talked about that. I know that it's construction, it's probably gonna be a phased, probably midway through the project or maybe towards the end of summer, we'll get the really big bills. It'll be probably slow to start, some big bills, nothing for the winter, and then we'll finish it in 2027. So there'll be, reimbursements coming in. When it's all said and done, that is when the actual loan gets written, the note. So that's when the payments will restart. So 1% interest on what we draw off of that gets folded into the first payment. So
So I guess if I may, how far into this do we get paying? Is it 750,000 before the loan busts out? 500,000, 350,000 before stage one?
until the project has been completed.
So we could, in theory, be floating this project all summer long and into the fall without any contribution from Webster, correct? In theory?
Again, I'm not sure how the agreement was written or what was discussed with Webster, but yeah.
Well, we're making accommodations to do it. That's where, I'm not trying to be a stickler. I'm just saying that it's 1/3 their problem, 2/3 ours.
But if we're taking and making a payment, we're getting 100% of the payment. So it's getting reimbursed within 30 days is my understanding. You submit the request, the reimbursement, you pay whatever the invoice to whomever the contractors. You submit for reimbursement the next day, you get your check in 30 days.
I think there might be a little confusion here on, you're talking about when the loan gets written, but the loan being written is not going to be the same as us getting reimbursed. Because we are going to be making the payments to the contractors, and as we make the payments, we get reimbursed, and then
By the.
well, by
DES.
the
By
the
Clean Water
fund.
Revolving fund.
Yeah, and then at the end, once the project is complete, then the actual terms of the loan are finalized, written down, and then the full repayment schedule begins with that.
So the cash flow reimbursement is a little different than the loan. I just didn't, I'm thinking you said we get compensation as a town twice a year when tax bills go out. And if this is going on in the summer and we're running super lean.
But we're getting the money from DES as it goes, is what I'm understanding. So when you're saying that we're like out money for a significant period of time, I think that's the part that's not true. We are like out money, what I'm hearing, for max 30 days from when we pay the money to when DES reimburses us. Then we have 100% of the money back, so to speak. And then then we make the next payment and get reimbursed, and then the loan gets issued. So I think the max time, from what I'm hearing, we'd be floating Webster is like if DES takes all 30 days every time, right? Then, and there are 4 payments, then your max time would be 120 days. But like, I don't know if DES is gonna take all 30 days, obviously. That's just like, I don't know if
It
they're
just seemed-
payments-
it seemed-
is that, how would like,
30 days.
right,
Because you're made whole again, and then theoretically, you've submitted your next.
right.
To me, it just seemed in that presentation that we were overly padding our fund balance to float this project. And I guess it sounds like the return, after we do a upfront work for whatever stage 1, we can, and that's complete, we can bill it out and then expect reimbursement from DES within 30 days.
Right.
If everything's smooth, and then our pot's back full, and then we do stage 2 and then bill out and so on.
Okay.
I think it does behoove the select board to clarify this with Webster, though. I mean, we are supposed to be, and we shall, having at least 2 meetings a year, but last year, I mean, we probably had more than that. But the contract at the dump that delineates the ratio that you mentioned, I don't think could have envisioned this scenario. And so I agree with you that we gotta have a little bit more clarity about at what point is Webster expected to start paying for this project.
Good follow-up. Would anyone like to make a motion on voting on the operating budget? Vicky?
What? Oh, I don't know. Mr. Nago's taking a lot of notes. Do you have something to
Okay.
say over there?
I move to accept the operating budget as proposed.
Second.
All right, so we're voting on the town operating budget, Article 3, $10,445,074 for general municipal operations as proposed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Please note that Lauren said nay for the record, for the meeting minutes. 9-1. The motion passes 9-1. Vicky, do you want to read Article 4?
I sure do.
You want me to read it?
No, I love reading out loud.
You don't have to read all the numbers, just the big
I'll
number.
read that well. Okay.
All right. Article 4, appropriation of capital reserve funds. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,320,000 to be added to the previously established capital reserve funds. You don't want me to read all the numbers? Okay.
You can say as follows in the breakdown.
Okay, as follows in the breakdown in the warrant article language.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so all in favor of recommending sorry.
So.
Yes, thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Warren, this is your chance.
This is, yeah, if you want.
Oh, yeah.
You want to make a motion to reduce this by some.
He cannot reduce it. Sorry.
The up, down vote is what my,
Up, down
I
vote,
gotta
yeah.
go to
He
the
could-
select board and talk to them.
Yeah,
But
he could
can
have
we
made
have-
a motion.
We have discussion though, before we vote?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Well, you might want to have
Could
discussion.
discuss any other line, but we can't change line per line.
Yeah. You can change the operating budget, or you can make a motion to change. I mean, we just approved it, so,
I wasn't gonna try. I already
Okay.
knew where we were going, so it's okay.
okay.
Let's keep going. But we can't cherry pick this.
Yes,
Uh,
this one is up or down. That's not my rules, so don't shoot the messenger. It's the rules. Yeah.
We could discuss it all we want, but we can't change it. So it's kind of, I don't know. Again, if we want to have discussion, I do have a little concern about that culvert all in one whack, but again, confused how 750. That's not the road. That's not the culvert.
Coming out of the CRP.
It's in the CIP. Which is, this is capital reserve fund.
Yes, there's already $300,000 in the road part, in the road
Okay,
fund.
okay.
I don't know how you would break something like that up into two parts in a project unless you were going to bond it in two separate phases and do it over a time period like we did with the school district's Carl Martin project. So I don't understand how you would.
I think in
elongate it.
Lauren's preferred land, we would just fund half of it this year, fund half of it next year, and do it next year. Is that
That was the thought, yeah.
okay?
Because it's not at a 2 and maybe we could
You can wait a year.
wait a year. And the next culvert project, which I would assume would get funded in CIP under this exact same line item, is not happening till 2028.
Right.
Pretty much all the other items on here, we got explanations of all of them and they're justifiable. I'm not saying that this one's not justifiable.
Right.
I just know the concerns of the taxpayers, and it does seem that we could potentially stretch it. Now, logistically, as Rob's saying, I'm not sure because it goes through layers here.
So just to clarify, at town meeting, we can manipulate this number, right? The Article 4 on the floor. I mean, we could, this is only an up or down vote at this point in the process.
The legislative body at town meeting, not us.
Right,
but the
yes, exactly.
Legislative
Sorry.
body as a whole can
We, the town.
change that, yes.
I think the select board could make a recommendation at the beginning, because I believe, as Rob said, on fund balance on others, you can, this is considered a trust, right? Capital reserve. I think if magically you had more fund balance.
Right.
You could alter it.
But just to be clear, the select board does not have time to change it at this point and propose something different before town meeting, correct?
They need to go in
That's
the
right, I
town
think it would-
report.
Yeah, I think it would be more of a communication issue, but we wouldn't actually be able to change the language.
Example, the enrollment trust, that's a new item that we'll discuss down the road. It's not in there. It's not in there yet.
I think we're voting
Isn't
on
that-
that tonight.
Yeah.
Isn't that why we talked about
Yeah,
it?
well, no, I know we are
Yeah.
gonna get to it, but I'm seeing that's another one that's falls in
Yeah,
the
that
same
could-
category.
But it doesn't, because if we rejected this tonight, there's not time to propose something new before the town meeting, right?
So
Yeah, I think that's
we
true.
were to reject it tonight and ask the select board to reconsider, the select board would need to meet and change the warrant, then you'd have to have another public hearing.
And we do
And
have,
action has to-
so, you're saying because timing wise, because you have
'cause you
to
have to notice it.
notice a public hearing? Okay.
Some other towns, just as an FYI, do their snow date a week later or their
Mhm.
second meeting date, because you can post that second meeting and then have it immediately. Right now, the timeframe's too quick to post
Mhm.
that second meeting and
Yeah.
get the budget in on time.
Where I stand on this at the moment is that it's not a terrible idea, but to me, it doesn't it's not like it's going away as a project and it needs to get done. And I don't feel like whether the taxpayers funded this year or next year is going to meaningfully move the needle on a failing issue, a failing construction issue that's presently where I stand on it. I feel like we kick the can on a lot of road related repair items, and the town has been fairly vocal in wanting to take care of those. So that's kind of where I sit on this.
It does feel a bit performative to just kick it to a year, but just a point of order, I think we have a motion and a second on the table.
Yeah.
And discussion,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, we're in discussion.
When someone
Admitted-
moves in seconds, it's like a call for a vote.
Yes.
No, discussion and then a vote.
I think technically Charlie's right.
Okay.
I mean, I did say we can discuss because I felt like we were all being friendly here, but I do think that technically, and also because I think I could have said before a little bit more clearly if somebody would like to make a discussion point. So I took the L on that, but I think technically he's right.
Well, there are different Robert's rules, like you sometimes might have a motion to.
Well,
close
the way
discussion,
the way we've done it in the past is that you'll read an article, and then somebody will make a motion, and then second, and then discussion, and then we vote. That's the way it's always been done. But if you want to change it, that's okay too.
Isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah, but she's saying that's not what Steve was saying.
I have a slightly different memory, but that's fine. I'm not
Is it different on the reserve funds than the operating budget?
rich. I don't know if this is written down as a how we must do it.
Okay.
Does anyone know?
At school board meetings, we move, there's a second, any further discussion, because sometimes we've previously discussed, and then we vote. And I'm pretty sure at school district meeting, at school board meetings, that's what we do. And at school district meeting, if somebody wants to amend something, there's going to be a motion to amend, a second, then discussion,
Right.
and then.
Yeah. I think you might be right. I think where I'm getting confused is that we have to now continue with the vote because it's been motioned and seconded. So
So
when the discussion wraps on this topic, then
May
I'll
I-
move into a vote.
ask
Yeah.
just one clarifying question, because it's not an operating budget now, it's a capital reserve fund. So theoretically, if we did say that we did not support it, wouldn't it still go before the taxpayers, but underneath it would say the budget committee does not recommend?
Correct. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So there wouldn't necessarily have to be a second selectman meeting and a second public hearing. It would go before the voters with the budget committee not recommending.
And the budget committee could explain that at town meeting.
Right.
Right.
I understood that he was asking about changing one line item.
Okay. Sure.
Thanks for keeping me honest, Rich. I hope you don't take any offense.
You kidding me?
Just to be clear, though, I wasn't trying to change it. I just, that's the one that's standing out that gives me pause.
The only thing I'd just like to add about the bridge issue is that these are metal culverts. And the reason it's failing is because the zinc coating on the metal is gone. It's just like your car that gets a hole. That hole just gets bigger quick. And that's why we don't have much time to get this replaced.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we push it out 4 years.
It's such a critical road for so many people. I just think we ought to get it done. If we know, we know it's in trouble, let's do it. If postponing that for a year isn't going to make any difference. I don't think.
We're all entitled to our opinions, right? That's why we're here. It's all good. I'm not,
Yeah, right.
that's the focus.
Any further discussion on this one before we move into a vote? Okay. All in favor of approving Article 4 as proposed, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 9-1. For the meeting minutes, Lauren opposed. Moving to Article 5, Vicky, do you want to read
Sure do.
the top line?
Article 5, appropriation to expendable trust funds. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $132,000 to be added to previously established expendable trust funds.
Thank you, Vicky. Yeah, we're gonna do the make a motion, second it, final discussion, move on. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes, and
Okay.
I will make the motion.
All right, thank you.
Second.
All right, thank you. Any final discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor of approving Article 5, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The article passes 10-0. I don't think that we have to.
Article 7, because that's
Yeah,
the financial.
thank you. Vicky, do you want to
Oh, yes, be happy to. This is apropos of what we were discussing earlier. Article 7, to readopt the optional tax credit for service-connected total disability. Reads awkwardly, but I assume that's the way it's supposed to, the way that the state wants us to say it. To see if the town will vote to modify the provisions of RSA 72:35 optional tax credit for service-connected total disability by increasing the amount of the credit from $4,000 to $4,500 to take effect for the 2026 property tax year. Karen, do you want to give a 1 sentence summary of what this means or why we're doing this?
So currently, there's a veteran's credit for $500, and there's a service-connected disability credit for $4,000. The way that, I think it was House Bill 99 or something like that, was worded, it's one or the other. This allows our veterans to still keep both credits. You can't layer credits.
Understood. That was a helpful explanation. Thank you.
What's the total impact?
0. Because currently, veterans who qualify are getting $500 for $4,000.
Oh, gotcha.
Are we
they're
going to
not
have
gonna
to
be allowed.
vote on this?
Yeah.
It can't hurt.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to take a vote on it. I just I feel like if it doesn't have a tax impact, but it is financial, so we can vote on it.
Well, couldn't it have a tax impact? You're saying veteran, if you took your veteran credit, you can't also take a disability credit? Is that correct?
That is how.
So if there was a disabled veteran, they then could move from one or the other into this category? Oh, this is a new rule as of this year
Yeah, the one or the other is the new rule.
So this is a reaction
to stay compliant to the way the terms were prior.
No, just give them the same amount of money. So last year they would have been able to get 4,500 under 2 different credits for a total 4,500. But the new law says you can't get both, you get one. We want them to maintain the same amount.
Gotcha.
Did I get that right? All right.
You might want to clarify that at the town meeting, just because it's.
Just in case it turns out we're supposed to vote on the motion that we approve it. please.
Okay. Seconded. All right. Any final deliberations? All in favor of approving Article 7 as proposed, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The motion passes 10-0. Thank you.
Yay.
The town ones here.
All right, now we will go to the school.
Can we eat Rich's treats?
Yes. That's a good idea. Yeah, we should do that. We should not lose time, though.
Okay,
We should allow Rich to grab the cupcakes and distribute them while Rob is reading. and
Love
We're
it.
talking, if that's okay. Yeah, let's do it. I'll help you.
Did you make these, Rob?
Did you make them?
Rob, did you make these?
Going back.
Rich, did we keep calling him Rob?
Did I say Rob?
Yeah.
No, I said Rob was talking.
It's past my bedtime, so.
There's
All kinds of stuff.
Krista, is there a list of the schools, all the warrants written out on here
Yes.
that we can pull
It's
up?
it's HSD draft warrant articles as of 2-3 in your drive, I think.
Excuse me.
Have the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, give them to me. And so what we need is somebody to make a motion.
Snapshot? No.
Just go, make sure that the article.
On,
Two.
oh man,
Rob, there's 2 of them in the drive. Do you know which
Operating
ones?
That's what we're looking at right now.
Okay.
They're
Appear
the
to be
same
the-
size.
They're the same.
Is it identical? I just was wondering if
I'm
it
gonna
had that last trust
but
in it,
take one and pass it
that
on.
open
So
enrollment trust on
going
one of
this
them
way.
and
Oh,
one
wait, no,
not.
we're gonna go, that one's coming, so we're going this way.
Oh, the trust is under it.
You know how it is.
As a-
Moms want to make sure everyone gets fed.
We're good.
Thank you, Mr. Houston.
Don't shoot Mr. Houston. I'll get warned.
Can't help it.
Okay, so Article 3 is the operating
I don't
budget,
think-
right?
Yes.
Okay,
You guys ready?
so we have to vote on Article 1 or 2.
You know.
Thank you.
Okay,
Rich.
I didn't think so, but good to confirm. All right, so if somebody wants to make a motion to vote on Article 3 or any type of motion to discuss on Article 3.
Motion to
then-
vote on Article 3?
Okay. Does anybody want to second that?
think you're technically moving to improve Article 3.
Actually, we recommend it.
Excuse me.
That I know because I have been corrected in the past. Yes. We cannot approve, we can only recommend.
Are these different, the ones that are not?
The summer chocolates.
Okay, great.
Don, you have a birthday this month, right?
Vanilla?
Lemon bars?
Vanilla? Yes.
Oh, every day.
You're a chocolate man. Okay, you get a second one.
Rich, you are amazing.
What is that?
We singing happy birthday?
You made that?
No. Yeah, candle over there. You got 84 of those?
You might be a couple of things short.
I do know that.
He's gonna spit
Love that. When was your birthday?
Pardon?
Is it today?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised at this.
I don't know how to make these things work.
Forget it.
Who's got?
Keep going.
Don't set the school.
I don't go, sorry.
Same.
Wah, wah, wah.
You don't want to do it for the recording? Yes.
Second Bryce's motion.
Okay. Any final discussion on Article 3? Yes, the operating budget.
Do we need to read that in?
Yes. What?
Do we need to read that in?
We'll read it when we vote. Yeah, I'll ask Rob to read it when we take the vote. Okay. Everybody's mouth's full of cupcake. So I'm hesitant to like. I'll give you a second.
Yeah.
Who seconded?
I did.
Yeah, but who moved then?
Bryce.
Bryce, okay, thank you. Bryce moved and Charlie seconded.
Operating budget.
I just wanted to say, I take Elizabeth Side's comment to heart, that it's important to know what got left on the cutting room floor.
We can work on that for the school district presentation.
Us too. I take it to heart for ours as well.
Mhm.
My other small recommendation is to consider addressing head-on whether the board intends to use the fund balance for large capital expenditures as a pattern. I presume the answer to that is no, not that we may never do it, but we don't intend to do it every year. I'm assuming that's what the answer is. And I also assume that that may be a recurring theme. That might be better just to get ahead of, in my personal opinion. Yeah. Okay, so if no one has a strong deliberation, I did just want to make like a quick statement about this. And thank you. I will iterate this in the capacity of my own personal opinion, probably at school meeting, but in the last meeting, I made a comment that I was sort of reluctant to support the budget. And what I meant by that was not that I don't think it's a good budget. And I think this is a very responsible and reasonable budget. What I meant was more of a frustration because I want to acknowledge that people are feeling real frustration and real like economic pain in their lives. Like I share that frustration. It's more due to the funding mechanism that the state has in place. It is especially, I say this every year, but it's worth, I think, going on the record again for that it is especially hard on residents on fixed income. And that concern deserves to be taken very seriously. It is a result of state level policy choices, not excess spending by local school districts, including ours. The state could choose to fund schools more robustly. They could choose to adopt an income tax or a sales tax. They could stop cutting the revenue that they send to schools every single year. The state has chosen not to do so, and therefore it puts these pressures downward and shoves costs downward on municipalities. So I wanted to clarify that, sort of for the record. I also want to echo something, Rob, that you have said that kind of sticks with me, which is like the choice here really, and I think Don, you and maybe you also have said it in the past, is not whether you feel the pain of your tax bill. And what I mean is like, you will have a tax bill in any municipality you live in. The real difference between the real choice to any person in this town is the delta that you pay in Hopkinton versus what you would pay in another town. There's nowhere in the state that you're going to not pay property tax. And if you want to leave the state, you'll probably pay income tax. So while I realize that that's like not a super satisfactory answer, that answer doesn't really help people. Like that is the fact of the choice in front of us. So with that, I sort of rescind earlier comments. I heartedly support this budget. I think it's very reasonable and responsible. I am sad that municipalities face this situation in the state. Right. Okay. It's 2 cents I wanted to get off my chest.
My thoughts on this budget are the same really as I spoke at our straw poll, and the pressures on the community are my big hesitation on here. I've followed this from start to finish. I've been following this for 5 years. I understand all the work that goes into it. I appreciate the work that goes into it. We as public and even budget committee members don't get to see all of the budget as a whole, right down to the finite parts, because of naturally special education and some of the stuff with the lion's share of the budget increases contractual for staff and their benefits. And I just think that, as I said at the last meeting, our town is made up of only so many people and so many homes. And if this budget continues to go up $1 million plus year over year over year, in the same sense the town's budget continues to go up, that strain is just felt more and more by the people that checking accounts dwindle and dwindle and dwindle month over month, or their credit card bills go up and up and up. And we become, instead of a community as a whole, we're becoming a revolving community. And I'd like some more stability. That's kind of the goal. And I understand that we do not have any say in whether special ed students come in. I understand we have to fund them, but we are going to have to look at other solutions, and that may be reducing some of what this town is used to and expects. Don's made a point numerous times, we've discussed this, that this town kind of likes to live beyond its means. Well, to me, that works out fine for some people. Some people's checking accounts can accommodate that. Some people's used to. And now that's not the case. So again, I appreciate all the work that went into this budget. I understand it very well. But I think there's some strong need to make some concessions, and they're not going to be liked. I can sense it from the school board. I mean, there was a discussion last night about adding football, and that it's really no cost to the district for 2 years, but what does that look like the next year out? And just that alone at $500 a student, what that's going to look like, with students contributing $100 per player, as our current status is. And so if 12 players at $400 each is going to put strain on the budget, here we are. And obviously, we're going to talk about unknown open enrollment. There are things that we have no control over, and there are things that we have control over. And we're pinching people out of town, and I don't like it. And that is the reason I'm not supporting any further increases. As fixed costs go up, we have to make some sacrifices. I'm willing to make the sacrifices. I have 4 kids in the school. I have a wife that works there. We're okay with it. And I don't love that. It's nice to have more options, but we all have to balance our own household budgets. Maybe the kids don't go on that February ski trip because you got to pay the tax bill. So that's where my reservation is, and that's how I'll be voting at the meeting. And but I do appreciate all the work that went into this. I'm not discounting that.
Any further deliberation on the budget? All right, Rob, do you want to read it for us?
To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the school board's recommended amount of $29,301,447 for the support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, and for the payment for the statutory obligations of the district, or to take any other action in relation thereto. This article does not include appropriations voted in other warrant articles. School board recommends 5-0.
All in favor of Article 3 as proposed, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The article passes 9-1. Sorry, the motion passes 9-1. Lauren opposes. Would anyone like to make a motion to consider Article 4, to recommend Article 4?
I will.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded. All right. Any discussion on Article 4? This is a student tuition extendable trust fund. And I was going in order. I'm realizing now that this is maybe like the newest one, but
They put it there for a reason.
yeah.
Well, are you looking at some point for our feedback on your decision on the open enrollment, or is it just going to be under this article?
I'm looking for anything I can get.
Yeah, I think all open enrollment deliberation.
It's related.
Feedback.
I'll dive in. I was at the school board meeting last night, listened to the robust conversation. I am in support of the school district making having a public hearing and making a policy on this. I think the 1 in, 1 out makes a lot of sense. There was conversation how other districts have put 0 up there. There was discussion about how the superintendent reached out to legal. Legal's recommendation was 1 in, 1 out to be compliant with the way the law seems to be reading. If by chance the state decides to create a lawsuit against the school districts and we were 0 in one manner or the other and not 1 in 1, we could potentially be part of the districts that gets roped into a lawsuit, which would occur we could potentially incur further legal expenses just as 1 of 20 or 1 of 25, whatever that works out to be. So I will go to the public hearing and I'll support the 1 in 1 for this first year until more stuff shakes out. I do like freedom of choice, but I don't like the way this is set up. And I've not just looked at our district. I've been following this through many other districts online and just from neighboring towns and people that I know that live there. In relationship to this warrant article, vehemently opposed to it. We're talking about $25,000 being placed here to pay for a student on an up and coming lawsuit, actively moving litigation. The district or the school board decided to made the recommendation and voted in favor of using $310,000 out of our contingency fund, which is for emergencies, for a 2-year planned project. This is not a planned project. This is right staring us in the face. This is the exact reason I believe we should have a contingency fund, is for incidents like this. If this goes by the wayside, falls apart, and we put $25,000 in it, now we need to figure out what we need to do with it. I believe the school, the way the verbiage is, that it also could be used for out-of-student placement, so it could follow a out-of-district special ed, and we could burn it down there. But we are now adding another trust fund that I don't feel under current circumstances necessary. I believe we also added a line item in the budget for the one student for open enrollment, if I'm not mistaken, for $18,000. And as I asked last budget committee meeting, where does the SWEP money go to if a student leaves district? And my understanding from the BA was that our district still gets to claim that child. So we would be receiving $4,300-ish in revenue regardless. So we've got 18,000 in the operating budget, and this swept revenue, I knew that comes at year end and you need to pay it up front, but we just kind of discussed other. So I'm not in favor of this trust this year. When things shake out more, we can rediscuss it next year. So I would say let's lean on the contingency fund if we need to. That's what it's there for, emergencies. Those are my thoughts.
What's my last night? So I'm gonna be the skunk at the garden party. In my lifetime, we have rebuffed two neighboring school districts who made formal proposals to join Hopkinton. A third never got that far because their taxpayers in their town were worried about it. It looks like in the next couple of years, we're gonna get our last bite at the apple with the one remaining town that is geographically capable of busing students to Hopkinton. But isn't this a backdoor to do that? We know we have some level of excess capacity at the high school. Why not do what Pembroke just did and what Prospect Mountain did to start this whole thing, which is make Hopkinton a magnet school? Because there are schools in the area that underperform. Make Hopkinton a destination school and increase the revenue at $20,000 a pop or whatever the number is. To me, if I was on the school board, and I'm not, I didn't have time. That's why I was on the budget committee, but I would have been strongly advocating for that. It's a huge potential revenue.
So if we fund this trust, $25,000, that's going to be in excess of what we would need to pay for a single student to leave by a little bit. And presumably we would be getting a student coming in.
Perhaps.
It's going to cover it. Is there any way we can tie any incoming revenue to this trust, to that revenue should be funding this?
I don't think that in terms of funding a trust, you have to explain how you're going to fund it, and to fund it on potential revenue is probably something that the DRA is going to say no to, would be my guess.
And then moving forward. Yeah, okay.
Maybe most importantly, Steve, thank you for reminding me that this is your last night, and I was very honored to have you as vice chair. And we'll miss you this year. I always forget that this is kind of like our last meeting before we go into the election. Is anyone else not returning for certain. Okay, I didn't think so. I don't know, Rob, like, I think I kind of talked to you about this. Like, I don't love like, I get it in a way. I guess the biggest argument I can make for establishing it, like, I think if the Article 2 passes and we know it's 1-for-1, then we know it's 25,000-ish if we're only coming, and I mean, kind of to Lauren's point, we're maybe already paying for that one student, but maybe let's say it's another student. We don't know if they're grandfathered in. Then I feel like it's at least capped and it can come out of the contingency fund. And then next year we'll have more knowledge on where it settles to know if we want to establish a trust fund. That's where I lean towards. That said, the biggest argument I can make for establishing it now is if the legislature were to force this, like, all schools, all open enrollment, uncapped, or at least with a higher cap than 1-to-1. And now we potentially have like 5 kids leave. In which case, like, $25,000 is not going to cover it, but at least we've like set aside a little. So is that sort of the best, like, am I thinking about this right, I guess?
I think so. I think this is worst case scenario and what might happen down the road.
Mm.
Again, it's talking about this is, I feel like I'm in a, a Kafka novel or something, because there's just so many unknown variables here. It's like I'm on trial, but for what? Someone please tell me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this is all very helpful. So, I appreciate, as I said, everything that comes forward, because it sort of gives us a litmus test as to what people might be thinking when we get to school district meeting, et cetera. So bring it on.
I just I listened to the school board meeting last night and I just thought there were a couple of decent points that are worth reiterating. Dulcie says that it's beneficial to create a trust with the goal of preventing large swings in the tax rate. Andrea, although she ended up voting for this, she did say that she felt a little cornered that the legislature was creating a false sense of urgency. But I get it that we have to cover our bases. And then Laura's point that if the open enrollment does not occur as it's currently planned, that this money is applicable elsewhere.
Yeah, the language is written so that if this open enrollment thing doesn't happen, it could be used for other things, which could help deal with some of the special ed out of district costs.
Where is the language you're referring to?
The language in the warrant article itself.
It just
where
says
says
district
for the
costs.
purpose of paying out of district tuition
Oh.
costs.
So
That
it could go to the special ed placements, I think.
Got it.
There was a write-up in the drive, if I'm not mistaken, on open enrollment that I read, maybe 2 or 3 pages. That might be helpful to give a better explanation.
should be
People
an
haven't seen it,
FAQ.
right?
We've got a lot of work to do in terms of educating the community on this. So Amy has done a nice FAQ on the points and all of those things. It's
Might go.
With Article 2 or 4?
with respect to both, mostly to Article 2.
It was a good read. It helped give the public some information. So I appreciate it. I read it.
Okay, so just so I understand correctly. If the legislature passes their bill, then Article 2 basically goes away and Article 4 becomes arguably more important. If the legislature doesn't pass their bill, then Article 2 remains and Article 4 is possibly fiscally prudent, but we would at least be kind of capped in what we know that we're going to outlay.
I think that's very fair, yes.
Okay.
Just to clarify though, in the worst, this isn't actually.
Yes, gotcha.
All that material as far as protection.
Right.
If the bill is passed and Article 2 goes away, this is, I mean. it
Right.
could
I
be
mean,
a
we could have
huge
10
multiple of this.
Well, yeah, I think that's the unknown. It's
But then the argument is at least we've created the trust fund and have the mechanism to do that.
You got it.
And, you know, speaking for myself as a board member, Steve, and Lauren, you were there last night. I mean, I'm really struggling with we are a good school and we would be a magnet and this could drive revenue for us. And I think in states where open enrollment has been successful, it's successful because most of the funding comes from the state. It doesn't bankrupt cities and towns where we've got this. So that's why I'm as much as I want to say, we've got a great product. Let's, you know, I mean, I talked to the superintendent years ago before I was on the school board and still teaching that, you know, we should advertise, like we should try and draw in more students. So that's my issue with, this is just bad legislation that's going to harm and not make those poorer schools or lower performing schools better. It's going to make it even harder for them to do their jobs. So this is a tough one.
It's a zero-sum game.
That is it. Very true.
It seemed to me around the state that once this really started unfolding, that superintendents were kind of trying to put up the walls just to protect neighboring communities because they realized that if it's their community, it would be devastating to the budget. So I agree with Steve that figuring out a way to merge districts and get students here would certainly be helpful with filling our school, and maybe you could bring more programs and we could do more stuff for the kids. But I don't think this is I think this is forcefully and not the correct way to go about that. I'd rather see our district try to woo another district in a more appropriate way and bring them in.
On Article 4 itself, I feel inclined to trust the school board with the decision. Like, I think that's where I'm leaning. Like, I don't know that I would personally, sorry, were you gonna say something, Vicky?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
Is it for sure that if number 2 goes away, that number 4 it would also go away? Or
No,
is there?
it would go away.
Right. Okay, so we could keep this trust even if we're not dealing with the open enrollment issue.
We might deal with it, in that case, we would deal with it worse, arguably, possibly. If Article 2 only goes away if the legislature passes their bill, which would force every school to have open enrollment.
I see. So it's either this or total or every door is open.
Yes, that's the current
I see.
scenario. It's
I
not
see.
like they're both going to go away. Like the legislature's new bill or amended bill is not going to, that may go away, but the other one is not. So we're going to be stuck in one or the other.
The second warrant or article only needs 50% support to pass, right?
Correct.
And if it didn't pass, then we would be left without a policy in place like some districts are choosing to do, correct? And that opens us up for the gamut of problems explained earlier.
I'm a little bit sensitive to the point you made, Lauren, about, you know, how this could potentially be reallocated. And that keeps coming up as an area of sensitivity for others. And I look at what happened on the security, and within this room, there's a very strong consensus that that is the right investment. The school board was well within their authority to do it. Overwhelming consensus from the parents I talked to that that's something that we want and need and should have done a long time ago. And so I worry that this is somehow contributing to the narrative that there's like an underlying ulterior motive to somehow like put this money in place and then reallocate it, which I don't think is the case. But I'm very sensitive to that criticism. And so I worry that by structuring it that way, we're sort of just feeding that narrative.
So you're saying you would feel better if the language said for paying open enrollment related tuition instead of out of district tuition, then it's specific to its.
I think so. Yeah.
And then if you have to like dissolve it later and deal with the complexity of that, that's better than having it be like vague and maybe misinterpreted to be like a
Yeah, so
slush
differently,
fund.
if we want to create a contingency fund for this explicit purpose, not knowing how this is going to go, that seems very prudent to me.
A trust fund, not a contingency,
Excuse me,
right?
well, yeah, I'm using
Okay,
that
okay,
interchangeably.
yep, yep.
But yeah.
If I can speak to that point from most fiscal conservatives, I don't feel that this is being written, this warrant is being put forward as nefarious in that
No, I
manner.
didn't mean to suggest that at all. I'm just.
I think after listening to the broad discussion, it was in the event this goes away, there's a way of spending it without having to go back and return it to do more undoing down the road. I just feel in the current climate, we're not quite at this point where we need it, but nobody knows. But if I don't foresee us being forced more than one student going forward, but I don't know. Maybe that could change, but it would be devastating to all the other districts too. So I just feel we're getting the cart a little in front of the horse on this one, but I understand why the discussion's here. But I don't think there's anything, I don't think voters are going to say, oh, they're putting this here to spend it towards special ed. I mean, if that was the case, you could say, once you get to the special ed warrant, let's reduce it by 25,000. I mean, you could get in the weeds here.
You can.
Can we move the question? Move the question.
Does anyone want a second?
A second.
Okay. All right, there's been a movement to move the question, which ends deliberation. So Rob, do you want to read the question
Sure.
or the article?
To see if the school district will vote to establish a student tuition expendable trust fund per RSA 198:20-C for the purpose of paying out-of-district tuition costs and to raise and appropriate $25,000 to be placed in the fund. Further, to name the school board as agents to expend from the fund. Majority vote required. School board recommends 5-0.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes
There you go.
9-1. Lauren opposes. Would somebody make a motion to deliberate on and vote on Article 5?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so any final deliberation on Article 5, which is the $100,000 to be added to the Special Education Trust Fund. Again, this one has no tax increase. It's the same amount that was allocated last year. So it has tax impact, but no increase. Rob, correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct.
My only note here, which everybody has made consistently, is that the special education issue is unsustainable, and I would love for the board to continue evaluating whatever possible efforts we can to work with other school districts.
I'd also note, since we're on this article, that it was drawn down significantly last year. So time to replenish is now.
Hearing no more deliberation. You want to read the article, Rob?
Article 5, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate $100,000 to be added to the Special Education Trust Fund previously established. Majority vote required. School board recommends 5-0.
All in favor of Article 5 as proposed?
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. This motion passes 10-0. Can somebody make a motion to discuss Article 6?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any further deliberation? This one is related to the school district building repair and maintenance expendable trust fund for $350,000. Again, this one has no tax increase, but it does have a tax impact.
We having discussion?
Yeah.
Discussion. I'm had much discussion about this. This goes back to beginning of our deliberations here when the fund balance was used instead of using this maintenance trust. It definitely needs to be noted that in the previous year, $45,000, I know it was on the presentation, $45,000 used to come out of this annually to pay the performance contract. So in theory, there's $45,000 more in it this year. And that number moves a little bit, so it's not fixed at 45,000. But I have reservations with the fact that here we are midterm. I've seen quite a bit of staff turnover starting in the first month of the school. We had a teacher leave, and then it seems to be pretty consistent that unfortunately staff has been rolling out for whatever reason. We're still, I believe last night they hired maybe 2 IAs, or they shuffled the special ed person. Someone else took a special ed, clearly leaving more voids in that pocket. And I want to say currently we were still down 4 IAs. We just got the
I
numbers.
don't mean to interrupt, but just as a point of order, what exactly does staffing have to do with the maintenance trust fund?
That the surplus of fund balance came from that last year and was allocated by a board to this, and we did not use 350 out of that trust for CIP projects. So it's still hanging there in theory.
I'm afraid you still don't understand the mechanics of what happened
I
with the
totally
security
understand.
redesign project.
I do understand.
And how that fund balance was used for encumbered projects.
Well, I feel this trust is being used as an extension of the operating budget. And I've had this discussion with many others, and unfortunately this year, I'm not going to support it. As well as others. And if the body chooses to do so, that's fine. But clearly, much of what was allocated here for projects wasn't used last year. It's still there, technically. So.
Any further deliberation? Rob, will you read the article for us?
Sure. Article 6, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate $350,000 to be added to the school district building repair and maintenance expendable trust fund previously established. Majority vote required. The school board recommends this article 5-0.
All in favor of Article 6, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it 9-1. Lauren opposes. Now I'm going to motion to discuss Article 7.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, cool. This is yes, Steve and then Bryce.
Yeah.
Technology Trust Fund, $30,000. Importantly, $15,000 is coming from the unassigned fund balance, and then $15,000 will come from the taxpayers. Any further discussion on this one? Hearing none, would you like to read it?
Sure.
Rob?
Article 7, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate $30,000 to be added to the Technology Trust Fund previously established, and to authorize the school board to transfer up to $15,000 from year-end unassigned fund balance available on June 30th, 2026, or take any other action in relation thereto. Majority vote required. School board recommends 5-0.
Thank you. All in favor of Article 7, say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it 10-1.
No.
10-0.
Thank you.
You just-
Thank you.
Hey.
10-0. Sorry. It is getting late, guys. I apologize.
No, understood.
All right.
We understand.
Could I get a motion on Article 8?
Yes, so moved.
So moved by Steve, seconded by Bryce. This is replacing the school district vehicles capital reserve fund with 10,000 transferred from unassigned fund balance. So this one will have no tax increase. I got that right, Rob? Okay. Any discussion
Or impact.
or impact, I think. That's
Correct.
right in this case? Yeah. Thank you.
Ready to read?
Yep.
Article 8, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate $10,000 to be added to the Replacing School District Vehicles Capital Reserve Fund previously established, and to authorize the school board to transfer up to $10,000 from year-end unassigned fund balance available on June 30th, 2026, or take any other action in relation thereto. Majority vote required. School board recommends this article 5-0.
So just as a clarification, this lists that we're gonna use fund balance, but as the school board moves closer to district meeting, there's a chance that by the time we get to the floor, one or another might be funded through the fund balance.
You mean previous articles that we've talked about?
Yep, tonight, yeah, like
That
this.
could change.
Yeah,
That could change, but it probably will.
but this one we're locking in as being paid for out of fund balance.
Correct.
Okay.
I hereby would like to go on the record encouraging the school board to allocate whatever of the fund balance they can to improving the taxpayer situation. That said, all in favor of Article 8, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it 10-0.
A question on this, the numbers don't match up. How did we get this sheet here different than the numbers that are on?
Net of the fund balance.
No, I'm done.
Oh, you mean the proposed, Don, on the vehicle trust?
Well, right down through, I'm talking the article numbers. They don't match up with the.
Oh, yeah, the article numbers. I don't know. I caught that earlier and we'll change it before we get there.
Because they.
On this
added the
one.
open enrollment.
Yeah, because they added the open enrollment, I think. Yeah.
I think on Rob's presentation, that 0.01 cent impact was on the wrong article as well. I don't know if it's supposed to be on the vehicle trust or the tech trust, but I think in your presentation, that 0.01 cent net impact might have been on the. It is, yes.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do with Dawn, Lauren, on this sheet, not to confuse anybody, like we should trust the numbers that Rob had. I think on this sheet, Dawn and I was gonna say this, I want us to add the tax impact and tax increase so that when the school presents it, we have the same numbers. Do you know what I mean? So just, cause I think that was the confusing thing tonight was it was like impact versus increase, and then it just got like a little. So we'll just make that edit to this sheet before we go to the meetings. All right, so going to the Kentucky Village precinct. Somebody please confirm for me that neither precinct has any warrant articles. It's just the operating budget. Do you guys have a warrant article?
They
No.
do it at their own annual meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, so can we get a motion to recommend the Kentucky Village Precinct budget?
Just do it as a lump like we did last year.
The,
Just do it as a one shot.
yeah,
Yeah, so move.
I'll second the lump.
okay.
Second.
Can you read the lump sum, Don, just for the,
He does have warrants on here, but
yeah, that's it. Sorry, I'm a little bit confused. Raise and appropriate, like.
Last year, we just did the whole thing as a swoop.
Have any language
I
right now?
suggested.
Okay,
but Don, aren't those voted
Supposed
on
to
at
be
the
something then?
annual Kentucky Village Precinct? By only members, not by.
do we have to vote on Article 8, 9, and 10?
I would think so. If you vote on any of them, you vote on all.
What? I'm not sure how that goes in forward.
Karen.
Last year, we just did it as a one.
Can I take it to
I
Karen?
think you might know for her district
Yeah.
too.
What? Sorry.
Because you have your own district meeting, do we vote on all the warrants for the village precincts or just one as the operating budget as a?
Okay.
To be on the safe side, I think we should just vote on it, and we can do it as one lump sum if you want. So maybe if you can say, Don, like
Why, how many are?
articles 7 through 10, which cover the operating budget, that, you know what I mean, say something like that.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
Well, we have one.
You all have that up there so you can see it.
Yep.
All right. I move that we would vote on Articles 7 through 10 as presented.
Second.
Well, just a point.
Okay.
Did we do this last year?
Yes.
We vote on the precincts, yeah,
I don't
but
remember voting on like an article to elect a treasurer of.
No,
no, we're not voting on that. We're
Seven-
voting on
yeah.
7 through 10.
It's the monies.
You didn't hear the.
7 through 10.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And this is how we did it last year.
It's okay, it's really late, guys, but we're almost there. So any deliberation on Articles 7 through 10?
Have a total
Okay,
of that.
go Karen, go.
Importantly, it includes the $780,000 for the water distribution and treatment. That's the biggest one that we've talked about at length.
Correct.
So if you vote, we'll take one vote, but it's gonna include the operating budget and that,
You can see that.
to be clear.
Mhm.
So this goes to town meeting, right?
No.
No.
This goes to their annual hearing.
So we are recommending it to go back to the precinct.
Yes.
To the residents of the precinct.
Yes.
It's kind of weird.
What was the attendance at your precinct meeting last year?
We had a big one at 5.
We had a bond.
You need cupcakes.
Karen's got the total.
930,914.
All right, so
Your time?
930,914.
Oh, it's right here.
there you go, on the MS.
It's on page 12 of 13.
How did the?
Okay. All right, okay. What? Okay.
Second.
All right, all in favor of Articles 7 through 10 with a total appropriations of,
930,914.
thank you. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it 10-0.
I'm sorry,
Do you want us to revote?
No, that's
Okay,
fine.
you're,
I'm
you're aye,
I'm
okay,
aye.
the ayes have it 10-0. We're moving on to the Hopkinton Village Precinct. Can someone make a motion to consider the Hopkinton Village Precinct budget?
So moved.
Through the seconds.
Second.
Okay, any final deliberation? We are once again going to consider this as one operating budget. You have no articles, right? So
None but this.
31,520. Any discussion?
I move to abolish the precinct.
Only we can abolish ourselves.
All right.
Punchy.
All in favor of the operating budget 31,520
You want
with,
Matt to read the thingy?
no, I'm just reading it.
Okay.
With 26,184 to be raised by taxes. Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay. No.
The ayes have it 10-0.
Could I get who moved and seconded that last one?
I have no idea.
I moved.
Bob seconded.
I seconded.
Yeah.
I moved.
Bryce, yeah.
We have 2 minutes.
Not accurate.
It's a minutes. to-
Yeah, I know. Okay.
That's right. Wherever.
All right. So we're moving on. We're approving the budget committee meeting minutes of January 7th. Any edits or comments?
I
Page
have
10.
3 highlighted. That's
Okay, he beat you to it, so Bryce is first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, which date are we on, guys?
7.
Okay.
Um,
The minute from.
Oh.
January 7th.
Let me know when
minute.
you're ready.
Go ahead.
Page 10.
Well, hold on, she might not be ready,
Yeah.
sorry.
Page 10.
Page 10.
Job doing your.
I actually went back and watched the video. So everything after the word reasonable was actually Ms. Bram, not myself. Yeah, let's see, third bullet down there, it's Mr. Petrocelli noted that everything after the word reasonable was Ms. Bram. And all of the masculine pronouns should be changed to feminine for those.
Not sure. Bryce, is that it for amendments?
Yeah, that's all I had.
You ready, Karen, for next one?
Yep.
Rob, and this one's gonna require your consult. Page 6 on these minutes. It says that on the top of page 6, 3 bullets down, diligent community, $70,000 reduction. I think that's supposed to read $7,000 reduction, not 70,000.
Good catch.
If we're spending 70K on that, you're gonna hear me roar. Page 10, I had one as well. Sorry, I'm gonna go down to it.
Oh,
What did I highlight? Sorry, it's page 11. It says on the second bullet under Mr. Clement, he stated he would like to see the CIP reduced to a 2% increase. I didn't request a reduction of an increase. I believe what I was paraphrasing there is that in the future, trying to target an increase of like 3% in the operating budget, but that just is strange there. I think I said I supported the CIP, but I'd like to see a target reduction of around 2%.
Reduction or cap?
No, I wasn't trying to cap anything, but the goal was to keep the budgets at about 3%. And I said it'd be interesting to see, that's what I was implying there. I don't know how it came out, but I definitely didn't write. I would like to see a CIP reduced to 2% increase.
To a 2% or? I don't think he was referring to the CIP. I'm sorry to.
I wasn't. I think I said I supported the CIP as it was.
It's because the select board had given guidance to the department heads to try and keep their next year's budget at 3% and he said like what would it look like if we said 2%?
Right, because we were having a general discussion at that point. It was straw poll, I think, on this one, and Others asked that, and this again goes with my theme of just trying to reel it in a little bit and seeing what kind of sacrifices would need to be made. That's the realistic, instead of us saying, hey, cut this, because that's not our role.
Okay, Lauren, I'm sorry, I got a little lost. What specifically do you want changed and where?
Did you get it, Karen?
I guess I would say he stated that he supported the CIP and wondered what it would look like to have at a 2%, but I'm not clear if you're talking.
Limit the
CIP
budget to a 2%.
Operating or CIP?
Operating,
Yeah.
operating. It was operating. I was okay with the CIP
Got it.
at that point.
Anything else on that one? All right, all in favor of approving the meeting minutes from January 7th as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Somebody move it.
Thank you.
So moved.
Seconded, okay. All in favor, say aye again.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Moving on to January 14th. Any edits?
I have not been able, that got in the drive. I didn't even realize we had 2 sets of minutes, so I haven't even looked at it, but if anyone wants to, I try to read them and then screenshot and highlight.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can edit these, but
Give me one moment to
trying to pull it up.
get
How do
my
I access
head up
this?
straight here.
The only challenge, Lauren, is that the budget committee is not going to meet again until
Oh,
they're
I understand the,
in this situation. You could choose to abstain,
Ah,
which is a very valid vote.
can a approved minutes be reopened by chance? And
No, I
why
don't
is there
think so.
hash marks through some of this?
Because you had clarified previous meeting minutes from December 17th.
Oh, we already went over this?
We don't edit that, we don't go back and edit minutes because that's what was recorded. We edit a following or subsequent meeting. I did make a note in the December minutes that they were, the edits were approved in the January 14th meeting.
is it kind of like when the newspaper prints a correction?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we made edits but didn't approve them? Is that what happened? I'm sorry, I'm
No,
trying
you
to.
made edits in the January 14th. We approved the December 17th minutes with edits. This is reflecting the December 17th edits.
December 17th.
That's right, Karen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you have not approved these minutes yet, because these are the minutes of the January 14th meeting.
Our last meeting.
Gathering that, I'm just
But
confused. how we have edits.
The things that are strike through are illustrating the amendments we made to the prior minutes.
Correct.
I'm prepared to approve these.
Wait, I have one thing. I have one thing. I'm really sorry. On page 6,
Point.
under public comment, Chair Skura opened the floor to public comment. And the only bullet point says Chris Lambert, but it is Trisha Lambert.
Good catch. 'Cause I looked at that because my name was there and I was like, I did open public comment.
Is it SHA or CIA? Any idea?
How does Trisha?
TRICA.
Oh.
TRICA.
Okay, all in favor of the January 14th minutes as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
And I
We
abstain.
didn't.
Lauren abstains.
We didn't.
Oh, wait.
Oh my God. I'm
Stephen
sorry.
Rice do it.
Okay.
Charles started it.
Did you move to approve these minutes?
I sort of.
Until you kind of cut them off.
I don't know if that's
Sorry.
an official motion or not.
I thought you did.
I'm happy to.
Okay.
Do it.
Charlie moves, Bryce say I second.
Yes, I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All abstain, say I abstain.
I'm abstaining.
Okay. The ayes have it, Lauren abstains. Yay. All right. Thank you all. I considered along the way sending us home and bringing us back. I hope I made the right decision as your chair to just close it out.
Find the MS stuff.
Yes. Did we print them? Okay. do we have pens? A couple pens.
I gotta go.
Sometimes there's pens.
Forgot to bring a pen.
There's a lot of MS documents. You have to sign all of them for anybody who's new.
There was something grossly wrong in those. And I found them when we
No, Lauren, I don't think so. The public record just says that you didn't approve them.
You
At the end, I'm not overly worried about it. I just was curious.
So if somebody goes back when you're running for president and they're like, Lauren said, you can say, I never approved those minutes.
It's my get out of jail free.
Yeah.
So we're signing our life away.
Thank you, everyone, truly for
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
no. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it.
Small potent.
Can we stop recording? Thank you to everyone who joined tonight.